Chapter 41-45. More than a dozen people were staring at the wall greedily. "Little boy, that wall is too big. You can't do it alone. You should leave. Leave it to us," said a skinny old man smiling evilly. "Don't worry, I can do it alone. I don't need to trouble you," said Lu Ming, pretending to be ignorant. They wanted him to leave and give the wall to them, but how could that be possible? "Little boy, you're playing dumb, right? I'll tell you straight, we want that wall. If you don't want to die, piss off. Do you understand?" The skinny old man snorted coldly, completely pulling down his face. "I was the one who found this place first. I think the ones who should leave are you," said Lu Ming indifferently. He could see that most of the people there had the strength of the first great supreme god layer. Only the skinny old man had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. Lu Ming really did not take such a configuration to heart. "You're so stubborn. Initially, we wanted to spare your life because you were cooperating with the great shaman shrine, but now it seems like you want to die." This time, it was another old man who spoke. "That's right. I really don't understand why the sorcerer god temple would work with them. I don't think anyone from the outside world has reached the great emperor realm. They're all emperors. How can such trash compete with the ancient sorcerer god temple?" Another old man said with a mocking expression. "Little boy, I'll give you one last chance, piss off. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. I'll make this place your grave," said the skinny old man icily. His face was ice cold, and his eyes were filled with murder. Lu Ming's face sank as well. However, as soon as he shifted his gaze, he revealed a look of joy. "Initially, I wanted you to leave, but now I've changed my mind. Stay here and help me dig out the wall," said Lu Ming. What? The old men were dumbstruck. What had Lu Ming just said? He wanted them to help him dig out the wall? Was he crazy? A cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer dared act so arrogantly? Was he crazy? Were the people in the outside world all so confident? What's the point of talking so much nonsense with this kid? Since he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll kill him. An old man with 2 tentacles on his head shouted coldly and stepped out. His body was like a huge mountain as he rushed towards Lu Ming. The 2 tentacles on top of his head rapidly grew in size, like 2 incomparably huge sticks, and smashed towards Lu Ming with terrifying power. He was a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. Facing such an attack, those below the emperor god level would not be able to withstand it at all. They would be smashed into meat paste. At least, that was what the god emperors of the archaic worlds thought. After all, the difference between a god emperor and a god emperor was too great. It could only be said that they were too inexperienced. Lu Ming's expression was calm. When the 2 tentacles were about to attack him, he stretched out a pair of big hands and grabbed upwards. His 2 palms rapidly grew in size until they were as large as a mountain. They also became even larger than the 2 tentacles. He grabbed the 2 tentacles with one hand. Then he swung it with all his might. Boom! In the end, the old man was smashed onto the ground. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. A huge crater appeared on the ground. The old man was lying in the crater, blood gushing out of his mouth. His body was twitching uncontrollably. His body was as soft as mud, and he couldn't move anymore. The other cultivators were astonished. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe it, as if they had seen a ghost. In one attack, Lu Ming had killed a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. That was an instant kill. Killing a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer in an instant wasn't strange at all. Any cultivator of the second great supreme god layer could do the same. The most important thing was that Lu Ming only had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming had just relied on his own strength. He hadn't used any external strength. That was too terrifying, too unimaginable. How could a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer be that strong? Was he from the outside world? Were all the people from the outside world so monstrous? At that moment, many thoughts flashed through their minds. Actually, it was normal. When Lu Ming had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, he was stronger than ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. Now that he had broken through to the 8th godly emperor layer, His fighting strength had increased tremendously. Even though he still couldn't compete with cultivators of the second great supreme god layer, he could easily kill ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. "Now, can you stay and help me dig the wall?" said Lu Ming indifferently, as if he had done something insignificant. "You're really strong. We made a mistake. We can give you the wall, but if you want us to stay and help you dig the wall, you're going too far," said the skinny old man of the second great supreme god layer. In his heart, he was already thinking of retreating. Even though he had the strength of the second great supreme god layer, he was much stronger than cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. He could easily kill ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. But Lu Ming was too terrifying. He only had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, and he was that strong. Who knew if he had other trump cards? He wasn't sure, so he decided to retreat first. He didn't want to compete with Lu Ming for the wall. "Going too far? I don't think so. Everything depends on strength. If I wasn't as strong as you, I would have had no choice but to leave or die. But now, I want you to help me dig the wall. I'm already being merciful by not killing you," said Lu Ming coldly. The skinny old man and the others pulled a long face. "Young man, you're too arrogant. You think you can defeat us?" said the skinny old man. He clenched his fists and released a terrifying chi. His terrifying chi increased the pressure on the battlefield by dozens of times. The other dozen cultivators of the first great supreme god layer also released their chi, getting ready to launch a thunderous attack. "Even though you can defeat a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer, I have the strength of the second great supreme god layer. The difference between the first and second great supreme god layers is," said the skinny old man, but Lu Ming didn't feel like talking nonsense. "You talk too much." A cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Unknowingly, the Bingxian cudgel had already appeared in his hands and he directly smashed it toward the skinny old man. The mysterious ice rod became as large as a mountain as it squeezed the entire sky, creating a rumbling sound of air exploding. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. The skinny old man's face changed drastically. He turned deathly pale. He was terrified. The faces of the other cultivators of the first great supreme god layer turned deathly pale. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their bodies were shaking. They couldn't block it. They had the feeling that they couldn't block it. If it really fell, they would be smashed into ashes. Chapter 41-46. The skinny old man and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Deep fear could be seen in their eyes. But at that moment, they had to fight back. They couldn't just sit there and wait for death. "Let's attack together," shouted the skinny old man. He used his strongest attack to attack the mysterious ice staff. At the same time, the other people also attacked. Their attacks were like meteors as they bombarded the mysterious ice staff. They wanted to block it. However, Lu Ming was using his full strength. How powerful was the mysterious ice staff? It could already compete with cultivators of the third great supreme god layer. How could the skinny old man and the others resist it? The mysterious ice staff smashed down and destroyed the attacks. A terrifying force pressed down on them. The skinny old man and the others trembled violently and fell to the ground. They coughed up blood and their faces turned pale. They were terrified. Swoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared above their heads. His murderous chi poured down like mercury. "Don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender." That skinny old man was the first to shout. "I surrender too, don't kill me." "Surrender!" shouted the others. "Since you've surrendered, why don't you get up and help me dig the walls? Are you going to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead?" said Lu Ming coldly. He had been merciful a moment before. If he had really killed them, they wouldn't have been able to say anything. Therefore, he knew that even though they were injured, they were only lightly injured and wouldn't hinder their movements. True enough, as soon as Lu Ming spoke, the skinny old man and the other 10 over people got up and helped Lu Ming to dig the stone wall obediently. With the addition of more than 10 people, the speed of digging the stone wall was very fast. In no time, the entire stone wall was dug out and Lu Ming kept it in his storage ring. The skinny old man looked at Lu Ming anxiously. He was afraid that Lu Ming would kill them all in a fit of anger. "Get lost," said Lu Ming while waving his hand. The shriveled elder and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They immediately took to their heels and left faster than anything else, disappearing from this place in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming didn't linger either. His figure flickered as he left the area and continued to search for insights and imprints. Not long after, Lu Ming saw an interesting scene. In one of the palaces, there were also some great ancient world's divine emperors who wanted to deal with the other celestial soldiers and snatch their insights and imprints. In the end, they were defeated by the celestial soldiers using their ultimate weapons. Those celestial soldiers were all incredible geniuses. They had all become first-class celestial soldiers when they had broken through to the godly emperor layer, especially those who had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. They weren't any weaker than ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. They could easily defeat cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer. Most importantly, there weren't many cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer in the great ancient world. Most of the celestial soldiers had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. If they joined hands, how could the people of the great ancient world compete with them? Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't mind. He continued to head towards the peak of the mountain. On the way, he collected the insights and imprints he saw. After a short time, Lu Ming arrived at the top of the mountain and looked around. Lu Ming was astonished. He discovered that the mountain was actually floating in midair. Clouds and mist were everywhere. It was like a celestial paradise. Through the clouds and mist, he could faintly see the other mountains. There were 6 mountains in total. They were arranged in a circle and floating in the air. There are chains connecting them. Lu Ming was astonished. He realized that there were 2 gigantic chains on the left and right of the mountain under his feet. They were connected to the other mountains. Those must be the other 5 dojos. Do I have to go through these chains to get to the other mountains? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He then waved his hand and a divine weapon flew out. It wanted to fly directly to the neighboring mountain peak. However, it had just flown a short distance away from the mountain peak under his feet when a powerful force was born. The divine weapon directly exploded into pieces with a bang. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, if a person were to fly out rashly, they would probably explode into pieces like that divine weapon, not even leaving behind a corpse. Then, Lu Ming took out another weapon and flew out along the chain. This time, the weapon was fine. After the verification, Lu Ming rushed out and landed on the chain. Then, he strode forward and headed for the other mountain. Let's go there too. The group of first-class heavenly soldiers from the heavenly palace also followed Lu Ming to the same mountain. As for the great ancient world's emperor god experts, they went to the other mountain. Lu Ming was very fast. Like the wind, he soon arrived at the peak of the other mountain. The road is broken. I can't go to the next mountain. After arriving at the mountain, Lu Ming realized that there was another mountain on the other side of the mountain. It should be another dojo. But this time, there was no chain leading to the next mountain. There's someone. Then, Lu Ming realized that there were figures flashing on the other mountain. However, due to the clouds, his vision was blurry. He could only see the figures but not their faces. Could it be that those people are from the ancient sorcerer temple? After the people from the ancient sorcerer temple entered, they appeared in the 3 dojos on the other side, while we appeared in the 3 dojos on the other side. The 3 dojos on the other side are not connected? The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. However, didn't they say that there were 7 dojos? Why were there only 6? Where was the 7th one? There should be a main dojo, right? Lu Ming looked around but did not find the 7th dojo. Forget it. Let's search for insights and imprints first. Lu Ming shook his head and pounced on the palaces to search for insights and imprints. This mountain was similar to the previous one. It also had palaces. Most of the items in the palaces had decayed, but the insights and imprints left behind by the experts had been preserved. Of course, those that had been preserved were left behind by the top experts. Ordinary experts would not have been able to preserve them for such a long period of time. Fewer people came to this mountain, so the harvest was naturally much better. After plundering the entire mountain peak, Lu Ming obtained a total of more than 100 kinds of insights or imprints of ancient secret skills. This could be exchanged for hundreds of ancient secret skills. If he took them to the Heavenly Palace, how many merit points would he be able to exchange for? Of course, to be able to exchange for merit points, he needed to know that the Heavenly Palace did not have them. Since the Heavenly Palace already had them, he could only keep them and could not exchange them for merit points. While Lu Ming was plundering this mountain peak, on another mountain peak where the emperor gods of the great ancient world were heading to, more than 10 people were surrounded by a large group of people. These people were the skinny old man and the others who had wanted to rob Lu Ming previously. Chapter 41-47. The skinny old man and the others were surrounded by another group of people. There were 50 or 60 people in that group. Fang He, what do you want? The skinny elder said with a gloomy expression. What do we want? It's simple, give me all the imprints you've obtained and I'll let you live. Said the leader of the group, a white-haired old man with 6 arms. His name was Fang He and he was smiling coldly. Fuck! Shouted the skinny old man furiously. Even though they were all under the command of the great shaman shrine, they were divided into different groups. Fighting against each other was normal. Many of them hated each other. If they went to the great ancient shrine and looked for the imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient shrine, the great shaman shrine would give them great rewards. Of course, they would try their best to find the imprints. Fighting against each other was normal. It seems like you don't want to hand them over. Then, after killing you, I'll take them from you. Said Fang He, smiling coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. All right, we'll hand them over, said the skinny old man, grinding his teeth. Even though he didn't want to, he had to hand them over. There were so many people on the other side, and some of them were cultivators of the second great supreme god layer. They couldn't compete with them. If they didn't hand them over, they would die. The skinny old man and the others took out all the imprints they had obtained and handed them over to Fang He and the others. We've already handed them over. If you don't believe us, I can swear on my life, said the skinny old man. Good, I'll let you live today. Let's go, said Fang He, waving his hand and leaving with his people. Damn that Fang He. Damn him. Damn him. After Fang He and the others left, the skinny old man roared in anger, his face twisted in anger. He felt so wronged. He had wanted to steal something from Lu Ming, but in the end, Lu Ming had easily defeated him. He had even been forced to dig a hole in the wall by Lu Ming. Now it was even worse. He had spent a lot of effort to collect the imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient shrine, but Fang He had taken them all. He had come in vain. Patriarch, what should we do now? Asked a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. Fang He stole our harvest. I won't let him off so easily. The skinny old man's eyes were ferocious. Patriarch, what do you want to do? Reporting to Fang He, but with our strength, we are no match for Fang He. One of them said, Of course we can't do it with our strength, but we have people who can. We can borrow a knife to kill them. The skinny old man said, Get someone else to do the dirty work? Whose knife did you borrow? Someone asked. Fang He and the others shouldn't have come into contact with those freaks from the outside world, right? Especially that freak who uses a long staff. The skinny old man said, No, they haven't met since they entered this place. Someone said, Good, very good. Find someone to spread false information to Fang He, saying that the person from the outside world who used the long staff had a great harvest and obtained hundreds of insights and imprints. I believe Fang He and the others will be tempted. The skinny old man said with a shrewd look in his eyes. Patriarch is wise. After Fang He knows, he will definitely go and find that person from the outside world who used the long staff. However, although Fang He and the others have more people, they won't be a match for that person. At that time, this subordinate admires you. After the others flattered him, they started to prepare. Lu Ming didn't know that good luck had befallen him. We've almost finished searching this mountain. We can't pass the other 3 mountains and we can't find the main training ground. How can we increase our harvest? Lu Ming frowned and thought. Although he had obtained hundreds of insights and imprints, how could Lu Ming be satisfied with such a harvest? Those people from the great ancient world. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Hundreds of people had entered the great ancient world. With so many people searching together, they must have obtained a great harvest. It would be great if he could get all of their harvest. As for those first-class celestial soldiers, Lu Ming didn't have any thoughts about them. Most importantly, those first-class celestial soldiers weren't easy to deal with. Moreover, each of them was wearing a first-class celestial soldier armor that could withstand a full blow from a third-layer Emperor God expert. With Lu Ming's strength, even if he used the mysterious ice staff with all his strength, it wouldn't be easy for him to break through their defense. However, those people from the great ancient world didn't have such a defensive treasure. It would be easy to deal with them. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took action. He returned to the mountain where he came from, and then headed towards the mountain where those people from the great ancient world had gone. However, before Lu Ming could reach there, he was surrounded. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk a large group of people surrounded Lu Ming. There were about 50 to 60 of them. This group of people was naturally Fang He and the others. They had heard that Lu Ming had hundreds of imprints and comprehensions left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court. They were extremely excited and had immediately set off to look for Lu Ming. They hadn't thought that they would run into Lu Ming as soon as they returned to the mountain. Without saying anything, they immediately gave the order to surround Lu Ming. "Little boy, hand over all the imprints and comprehensions you have." Fang He said coldly and confidently. He was sure that Lu Ming wouldn't dare resist. Lu Ming was just a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer. How could he resist against so many people? Wasn't that just courting death? What? Lu Ming was stupefied. He had originally planned to rob those people from the great ancient world. He hadn't thought that they would have the same plan. What a coincidence! Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Not only was it a coincidence, but it also saved him a lot of effort and gave him a good reason to do so. If he was robbed, the people of the Great Sorcerer Shrine wouldn't say anything when they found out. "Little boy, what are you laughing at?" Fang He asked coldly. "Suddenly, a bunch of treasures came to me. What do you think?" Lu Ming asked back. "A bunch of treasures came to you? Little boy, what do you mean?" Fang He asked coldly. "What I mean is very simple. Now, hand over all the comprehensions and imprints you've obtained. Hand them all over to me." Lu Ming said loudly. The crowd quieted down. 50 to 60 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming as if he were an idiot. What did Lu Ming say? Was he going to rob them? He was just a piece of trash of the 8th godly emperor layer? Against 50 to 60 great supreme gods? Ha! Many people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Some of them were shaking, some of them were crying. Chapter 41-48. Many people burst into laughter. It was hilarious, wasn't it? A cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer wanted to rob 50 or 60 great supreme gods, and 4 of them had the strength of the 2nd great supreme god layer. They had never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it in person. How could they not laugh in such a situation? Could it be that this little boy didn't know their cultivation level? Boom! Someone released his chi. The chi of the 1st great supreme god layer moved towards Lu Ming like a tidal wave. He wanted to show Lu Ming how strong they were. But Lu Ming didn't move, like a rock. His facial expression didn't change. "I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't hand over the imprints and the insights, you'll have to hand over your lives." 3, said Lu Ming coldly. The crowd stopped laughing. Lu Ming was actually serious. He was actually counting down for them. 2, said Lu Ming. The faces of Fang He and the others turned cold, revealing a trace of killing intent. "Little boy, I don't care if you're pretending to be crazy or just stalling for time. I'll show you how strong I am," shouted an old man furiously. His body was like a mountain as he moved towards Lu Ming. A terrifying wave of chi tore the space apart. It was a cultivator of the 1st great supreme god layer. However, Lu Ming didn't care about cultivators of the 1st great supreme god layer. Boom! Lu Ming used the battle character formula to increase his fighting strength by 6 times. His body was filled with dazzling lights, making Lu Ming look like a god of war. He threw a punch. The Great Godly Wind Technique, the Great Shattering Technique, and the other ancient secret skills exploded at the same time. A vast and boundless fist energy pierced through the air and moved towards the old man of the first great supreme god layer. The other party's attack directly collapsed under Lu Ming's fist force and was directly penetrated. Boom! The old man was pushed back. Lu Ming's fist energy had pierced through his body. Only his head was left on the ground, screaming in fear. What? The others were astonished. Lu Ming had killed a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer in one strike. How strong was that? I'll give you one more chance. If you don't hand it over, you'll end up like him. Lu Ming coldly shouted. Let's attack together. I don't believe that a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer can be that strong, shouted Fang He furiously, releasing the chi of the 2nd great supreme god layer. Apart from Fang He, the other 3 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer also released their chi. The 4 of them were the fastest. They charged towards Lu Ming from 4 different directions. Each of them unleashed a killing move to seal off Lu Ming's escape route. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't have been able to dodge at all. However, Lu Ming had the greater teleportation technique. If he wanted to avoid it, it was very simple. However, Lu Ming had no intention of dodging at all. He was just a cultivator of the 2nd great supreme god layer. Why would he need to dodge? The Bingxian staff had already appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Boundless forbidden energy was crazily pouring into the Bingxian staff. Bzzz. The Bingxian staff emitted buzzing sounds as it flew out. A gigantic staff shadow appeared in the sky. It moved in 4 different directions, aiming at the 4 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer. Boom, 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 boom. There were 4 consecutive explosions, and then 4 horrible shrieks. 4 silhouettes were blown away. It was Fang He and the others. The 4 of them were blown away like meteors. The cultivators of the 1st great supreme god layer were also rushing towards Lu Ming. They were ready to attack him after the 4 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer had attacked him. Then they would finish him off. They hadn't thought that the 4 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer would be blown away before they could even reach him. They didn't have time to dodge. Then, a large number of cultivators of the 1st great supreme god layer were blown away, coughing up blood. In a short while, at least a dozen people were seriously injured. The rest of the cultivators of the 1st great supreme god layer weren't blown away, but they were scared out of their wits. They released their strength crazily, not to attack, but to stop themselves from moving forward. Then, they moved back, trying to put some distance between them and Lu Ming. They were terrified. If you want to run away, you'll die first. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. The next moment, his figure had already appeared in another direction. There were a few people running the fastest in that direction, but Lu Ming directly appeared in front of the few people who were running the fastest and attacked with the mysterious ice rod. Ping, ping. Those cultivators of the 1st great supreme god layer exploded and died on the spot. Only a few rings were left, which Lu Ming grabbed. The others didn't dare move. They stopped in the air and looked at Lu Ming in fright. Great teleportation technique. They recognized it. It was one of the top 100 secret techniques of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Unless they were much stronger than Lu Ming, they couldn't compete with Lu Ming in terms of speed. They couldn't run away. How could they dare run away? I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. One of the old men roared. I'll give it to you too. I'll give it to you too. With one of them having their mental defenses broken, the others were in a much simpler state. They all expressed that they would hand over the insights and imprints left behind by the experts of the archaic divine court. Come one by one. Don't try anything funny. If I find out, you'll die miserably, said Lu Ming coldly. Then, one by one, the celestial thearchs stepped forward obediently and handed over the insights and imprints left behind by the experts of the ancient divine court. Even though treasures were precious, they were more important than their own lives. Lin Feng put them in a ring. He didn't care if there were any duplicates. However, Lu Ming knew that there would be duplicates. After all, some of the treasures were from the same ancient secret technique. However, he didn't have time to distinguish them. It wouldn't be too late to do so later. What about you guys? Finally, Lu Ming looked at the ground. Fang He and the others were still lying there, pretending to be dead. Damn it. Why is this kid so abnormal? No, I heard that this kid has a lot of treasures. Could it be that someone deliberately gave it to me? Did they suffer because of this kid? Did I fall into a trap? Fang He roared in his heart. However, he had lived for a long time and was very meticulous. He quickly thought of something and almost vomited blood. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was that someone deliberately leaked the information to him. The purpose was to kill him with a borrowed knife. He immediately thought of the skinny old man. Damn it. Damn it. Fang He kept roaring in his heart. His face was distorted. Bang. A foot accurately stepped on Fang He's face, causing Fang He's face to be heavily pressed against the ground. This foot naturally belonged to Lu Ming. Chapter 41-49. Lu Ming stepped on Fang He's face with one foot and looked down at him. He said coldly, "Look at your ferocious face. Are you unconvinced and want to take revenge on me? Then I'll have to send you on your way." No, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not unconvinced. Fang He was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly begged for mercy, afraid that Lu Ming would misunderstand him again. "I'm willing to hand over all my insights and imprints," Fang He shouted as he handed his storage ring to Lu Ming. "At least you know what's good for you." Lu Ming waved his hand and took Fang He's storage ring. Fang He was tongue-tied. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He wailed in his heart. He really wanted to shout, "I just want to give you the insights and imprints left behind by the experts of the Archean Divine Court. I didn't want to give you the entire storage ring. You take the insights and imprints and return the storage ring to me." However, when he saw Lu Ming's cold eyes, he swallowed his words. He really didn't dare to say it. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, Lu Ming would be annoyed and beat him to death. His heart was bleeding. Lu Ming had already started to collect the insights and imprints of the others. Soon, the insights and imprints of the 50 to 60 people were all collected by Lu Ming. "Let's find the others," Lu Ming muttered. He moved and left to continue looking for the other experts of the Archean Divine Court. "Stop right there." Not long after, Lu Ming met a dozen people. Coincidentally, the leader was the skinny old man. "Hand over all your insights and imprints," Lu Ming said coldly. "Young hero, our insights and imprints have been taken away by others." "I can swear on my life origin," the skinny old man said. "They've been taken away by others." Lu Ming frowned. He didn't bother to pay attention to the skinny old man and the others and left directly. As soon as Lu Ming left, the skinny old man immediately revealed a happy expression. "Haha. It seems that Fang He has already met this person. Most likely, he won't be able to keep the insights and imprints on him. If I can't get them, you can forget about getting them either." Ha! The skinny old man laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. How would Lu Ming know about these trivial matters? Next, he kept looking for the experts of the great ancient world and made them, obediently, hand over the insights and imprints left behind by the experts of the primordial divine court. The strongest cultivators of the ancient divine court had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. They couldn't compete with Lu Ming when he used his full strength. In order to survive, they had no choice but to obediently hand over their knowledge and imprints to Lu Ming. After making a big round, Lu Ming had a bountiful harvest, and a satisfied smile hung on his face. On the other side, the same thing was happening in the 3 dojos of the ancient sorcerer divine temple. Yiyu led the core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace to suppress the experts of the archaic world and take their insights and imprints. Facing Yiyu and the others, the experts of the archaic world had no choice but to hand them over. At this moment, Yiyu suddenly looked up into the sky. Boom boom boom. There was a deep rumbling sound in the sky, which startled everyone. Everyone couldn't help but look up. Lu Ming and the others also noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky and looked up. Everyone's pupils shrank. Amidst the haze, they seemed to see a palace appear. Previously, they had looked up into the sky, but it was white and covered by clouds. They couldn't see anything. They hadn't expected to see a palace appear. Could it be the 7th dojo, the main dojo? At that moment, the same thought emerged in everyone's minds. According to the records of the Sorcerer Divine Temple, there were a total of 7 dojos in the Great Ancient Dojo. There were 6 ordinary dojos and 1 main dojo. The ordinary dojos were where the ordinary experts of the archaic divine court went to preach and gain insights. The main dojo was where the most powerful experts of the archaic divine court went to preach and gain insights. It was the true core of the Great Ancient Divine Court and was no small matter. They hadn't noticed it before and thought that there was a mistake in the records of the Sorcerer Divine Temple. Now it seemed that the main dojo had been hidden in the sky and had finally appeared. The deep rumbling sound in the sky became more and more obvious, and the appearance of the palace became more and more obvious. It was different from the 6 peaks below them. The one in the sky wasn't a peak, but a real palace. It was a huge palace. At this moment, someone moved. He shot up into the sky and rushed toward the palace in the sky. Once someone moved, the others immediately followed suit, including Lu Ming. Everyone was like a shooting star as they rushed toward the palace in the sky. However, after they flew up for a while, their speed quickly slowed down. The reason for that was because they felt an enormous pressure pressing down on them. The pressure came from the palace in the sky. The closer they got to the palace, the stronger the pressure. At this time, the difference in their cultivations was obvious. Those with lower cultivation and weaker abilities slowed down and fell behind the others. Those with higher cultivation and stronger abilities slowed down a lot, but they were still getting closer to the palace. Lu Ming was one of the people who was getting closer to the palace. Lu Ming's forbidden energy covered his body and a layer of dazzling light shrouded his body. He activated the archaic secret skill and slashed upward with his palm like a knife. Kaboom! A strong force blasted out and collided with the pressure above. It broke through the pressure, allowing Lu Ming to continue flying upward. However, the closer he got to the palace, the greater the pressure. Behind him, it wasn't as simple as the pressure. Lu Ming felt a bone-piercing chill pouring down from above. It was like a wave rushing toward them. The cultivators of the first great supreme god layer of the archaic world coughed up blood and fell down. They weren't able to block the wave of energy. The cultivators of the second great supreme god layer used their full strength to attack. They broke through the wave of energy and continued flying upward. At the same time, Lu Ming realized that not far away, there was a golden light. It was the other first-class celestial soldiers. Those first-class celestial soldiers activated their first-class celestial soldier battle armor to block the wave of energy. Lu Ming also activated his first-class celestial soldier battle armor to block the wave of energy. He continued flying upward. However, the more he flew upward, the stronger the wave of energy became. Behind him, the cultivators of the second great supreme god layer of the archaic world were getting slower and slower. They couldn't stop trembling under the pressure. After a while, a cultivator of the second great supreme god layer couldn't take it anymore. He coughed up blood and fell down. Chapter 4150. The cultivators of the second great supreme god layer couldn't bear it anymore and started falling down. After the first cultivator of the second great supreme god layer couldn't bear it anymore, the other cultivators of the second great supreme god layer couldn't bear it either. They kept falling down, their bodies covered by a layer of ice. The power that surged down from above was filled with a bone-piercing chill, as if it could freeze everything. At that moment, the first-class celestial soldiers also took out their weapons and started attacking. However, some of the weaker first-class celestial soldiers couldn't bear it anymore. For example, there were first-class celestial soldiers of the 7th and 8th godly emperor layer. There weren't many first-class celestial soldiers at that level. After a while, they couldn't bear it anymore and fell down. It was like sailing against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall back. The further they went, the fewer people there were. On Lu Ming's side, only Lu Ming and 30 first-class celestial soldiers were left. Those first-class celestial soldiers all had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. They were all extremely strong. Only Lu Ming had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer. On the other side, on the side of the ancient sorcerer shrine, the strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine had all been eliminated. Only the celestial human clan and the core disciples of the heavenly palace were left. Although they didn't have first-class celestial armors, the armors they wore were no small matter. They had the same effect as first-class celestial armors. They could also block the energy coming from above. Adding on the fact that they were in control of great killing weapons, they were able to continuously charge up at an extremely fast speed. Just like that, another moment passed. We're almost there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. They were already very close to the palace. They could already see the edge of it. Lu Ming used his full strength, wanting to fly up from one side of the palace. The others did the same. All kinds of powerful weapons were fired out, piercing through that power and opening up a path. After a few minutes, they finally reached the top of the palace. It's a public square. As soon as they reached the top of the palace, Lu Ming glanced around. They landed on a gigantic public square made of white jade. However, Lu Ming knew that it wasn't ordinary white jade. Ordinary white jade couldn't have been preserved for so many years. There were many strange statues around the public square. Those statues had different shapes. Some looked like beasts, some looked like humans. In the middle of the public square, there was a flight of stairs leading up to a palace. Other than these, the square stretched as far as the eye could see and was completely empty. There was nothing else. There were no imprints or insights. Imprints and insights. Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward the staircase. In the process of dashing out, his expression changed. This was because he could not fly at all here. There was a strong pressure suppressing him from the outside. How could the other first-rate heavenly soldier fall behind? They all rushed towards the staircase. When they got closer, Lu Ming realized that it wasn't a flight of stairs at all. The other three directions of the stairs also had stairs leading up. Bang! Lu Ming stepped on the stairs without any abnormalities. Lu Ming relaxed a little. He had experienced too many different stairs in the past. Many of those stairs were filled with all kinds of tests. Only those with great strength and talent could climb up. Therefore, when he saw the stairs, he subconsciously thought that there was some kind of test. In the end, he realized that he was overthinking. It was just an ordinary flight of stairs. Lu Ming increased his speed and continued to climb. Soon he reached the end of the stairs. It was a huge platform. The other 31st-class heavenly soldiers also climbed up. But as soon as they came up, their expressions changed. That was because a group of people appeared opposite them. They were the dozen or so people from the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples of the heavenly palace. It's them. The expressions of the 31st-class heavenly soldiers changed drastically. The other party naturally saw them. Mu Yun. It's that kid. Many cold gazes were directed at Lu Ming. Most of them were from the heavenly human tribe. Especially a few of them who had been defeated by Lu Ming and driven away by Lu Ming. All of you stop right there. A loud shout was heard. Then, a powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming and the others. In a flash, the dozen or so sky prides of the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples of the heavenly palace rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. Very good. Looks like you've joined the Grand Magus Temple. That's just right. Yu nodded, a strange light flashing in her eyes. The 31st-class heavenly soldiers were a little confused. They had cooperated with the Grand Magus Temple, while Yu and the others had cooperated with the Ancient Sorcerer Temple. They had thought that Yu would go crazy when he saw them, but he said, "That's just right." What did that mean? We can't go to the other 3 of the 6 ordinary dojos, so we can't get the insights and seals there. But you came from there and brought the insights and seals here. Very good, very good. Now, give me your insights and seals. Then, you can go back the way you came. Yu continued to speak. Her voice was still calm, but it was full of unquestionable authority. The faces of the 31st-class heavenly soldiers darkened. They finally understood what Yu meant by, "That's just right." It turned out that they had brought the insights and seals of the other 3 dojos. It was very good. Young Master Yu, you're going too far. We entered the great ancient world to find our own opportunities. If you found any opportunities, we would never snatch them from you. but we found them ourselves. You're going too far if you want to take them away like this. Yes, we would never dare to go against you. Since young Master Yu has found this place, we'll leave now. But our previous gains don't conflict with young Master Yu's. The sky prides of the top 10 clans spoke one after another. Nonsense. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to negotiate with us? A cold shout interrupted the first-class heavenly soldiers. It was Yi Er. Yi Er, who had been defeated by Lu Ming and had retreated. That's right. We let you in this time to assist us. You want to take away the opportunities here? How naive. Another sky pride of the heavenly human tribe said. When we came in, the big shots of the heavenly palace didn't say that to us. They said that the opportunities in the great ancient world belong to us. They didn't say that we're here to assist you. A young man shouted. He was from the demon tribe, one of the top 10 clans. Chapter 4151. Shouted one of the demon kings. The demon clan was hot-tempered. He couldn't take it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that he was from the heavenly human clan, he would have slapped anyone who dared talk to him like that. How dare you disobey us? Yell shouted and stepped out. His body was enveloped by a strange power. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the demon lord's genius, pressing down with his palm. The demon clan's genius expression changed drastically. He shouted furiously, "Don't think I'm afraid of you." At the same time, Demon Chi dashed to the sky and turned into a demon fist. Boom! Their attacks collided and there was a loud explosion. Then, a silhouette was pushed back. It was the demon clan's genius. He coughed up blood. One of his fists had exploded. His entire arm had almost exploded. In the face of Yale, he was completely crushed. That was normal. They were both at the top of the 9th godly emperor layer, but the demon clan's genius could only fight against opponents who were 4 cultivation levels higher than him, while Yale could fight against opponents who were 5 cultivation levels higher than him. The difference between their fighting abilities was too great. So strong. The other first-class celestial soldiers gasped. They knew how strong the demon clan's genius was. He was one of the candidates for the Universe Young Geniuses list. He was extremely strong. Once he broke through to the Great Supreme God layer, he would be able to challenge the Universe Young Geniuses list. Such an existence couldn't even withstand a single strike from Yale when they were at the same level. It was simply too terrifying. Was that the strength of the heavenly human clan? Demon clan? Hee, the top 10 clans are slaves to the heavenly human clan. Do you understand? You can act high and mighty in front of other clans, but in front of us, you can only lower your heads. Now kneel down and kowtow to me. If you admit your mistakes, I'll spare your life. Yale's haughty voice rang out. His gaze swept across everyone. Everyone who was swept by his gaze had an extremely ugly expression. At the end of his sentence, Yale's gaze returned to the demon race's prodigy. Don't even think about it, shouted the demon clan's genius furiously. His demon chi enveloped him and his body swelled up. He looked ferocious. He activated the first-grade celestial soldier armor on his body. At the same time, a pitch-black demonic saber appeared in his hand. This was his killing weapon. If he couldn't fight the other party with his true strength, then he would rely on his great killing weapon and the first-grade celestial soldier battle armor. With the first-grade celestial soldier battle armor, he would be invincible. He didn't believe that Yale's attacks could reach the 3rd great supreme god layer. Stubborn fool, you're courting death. Seeing that the prodigy of the demon race still dared to resist, Yi Er felt that his dignity was being challenged. His face was extremely dark, and cold murderous intent burst out from his eyes. A jade talisman appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this jade talisman, the demon prodigy roared, "Forbidden weapon domain talisman." After saying that, he retreated rapidly, trying to escape. "It's too late to leave now," said Euler coldly. He pinched the forbidden weapon domain talisman in his hand and a formless energy spread out, enveloping everyone, including the demon race's genius. The instant the demon race's genius was enveloped by the forbidden weapon domain, the first-grade celestial soldier battle armor on his body instantly dimmed. It shrank and disappeared into his body. At the same time, he lost the connection to the great killing weapon in his hand. He couldn't use it anymore. Yi Er took a step forward and appeared above the demon race's genius. He used his finger as a sword and slashed down. This sword was extremely powerful and filled with murderous intent. It was extremely terrifying. The demon race's genius roared and used all his strength to block it. However, in the Divine Emperor realm, a difference of one great supreme god layer was huge. It could be easily killed. Blood splattered everywhere as a head flew off. It was the head of the demon race's genius. Ye was holding it in his hand. "Spare me! Spare me! I know I was wrong." The demon race's genius wasn't dead yet. His soul was still there. In the face of death, the demon race's genius was finally afraid. He screamed in fear and started begging for mercy. "I said, it's too late to beg for mercy now," said Yi Er coldly as he exerted force with his hand. With a loud bang, the sky pride of the demon races had exploded. Naturally, the soul inside dissipated into thin air. A top monster who had a chance of entering the universe prodigy list in the future was killed just like that. At the scene, the other first-class celestial soldiers' faces were extremely ugly. They felt very aggrieved. Yes, aggrieved. Out of everyone present, which one of them wasn't a peerless prodigy with a boundless future? Which one of them wasn't dazzling like the moon surrounded by stars? But now, in front of the heavenly human tribe, they felt like grandsons. But at the same time, they were also frightened. The heavenly human race was too strong. They couldn't fight against them at all. Do you see that? This is the result of disobeying us. Who dares to resist? Yi Er's cold gaze swept across the scene. At the same time, the other heavenly human race's geniuses exuded powerful auras. All the first-class celestial soldiers felt a chill in their hearts. No one dared to say a word. Even the Battle Saint tribe's geniuses, who were famous for their battle prowess, didn't dare to say a word. The heavenly human race's reputation was too deep and they were too strong. Yi Er obviously wasn't the strongest person in the heavenly human race. Yi was obviously the leader of the heavenly human race. If he wasn't the strongest, how strong would the strongest person be? Even if they attacked together, it would be dangerous. Since none of you have any objections, then hand over the insights and imprints on your body. As long as you hand them over, you can leave safely. But, as Yi Er spoke until here, he looked at Lu Ming. Cold, killing intent erupted from him as he said coldly, "As long as the others hand over their insights and imprints, they can leave. Only you can't leave. There's only one outcome for you and that's death. Oh, with just you, a loser?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. How could it be so easy to kill him? "You?" Yi Er glared at Lu Ming. "You guys can play by yourselves. It has nothing to do with me. Goodbye." After Lu Ming finished speaking, he turned around and left. On the right side of the platform, there was a wide staircase that went all the way up. Above that was the palace. Lu Ming walked towards the staircase. This scene caused the faces of all the heavenly human race to turn gloomy. Lu Ming actually dared to ignore them. This was simply disgraceful. "Want to leave? Stay here." A burly heavenly human race's genius bellowed. His figure was like a gust of wind as he pounced towards Lu Ming. His claws were like hooks, grabbing towards Lu Ming's head. As his claws swiped past, the space was like a piece of paper that had decayed for thousands of years, turning into ashes. What terrifying strength! The moment an expert made a move, one would know if he was strong or not. The moment this heavenly human race's genius made a move, he displayed terrifying combat strength. Everyone felt that this person's combat strength was stronger than Yi Er's. Chapter 4152. The first-class heavenly soldiers present were all shocked. This burly heavenly human youth had only unleashed a simple attack, but his terrifying battle prowess was fully displayed. He gave off the feeling that he was even more powerful than Yi. Terrifying. The heavenly human tribe was indeed terrifying. A genius of this level was rare among the billions of races in the untainted universe. But any one of the heavenly human tribe was so terrifying. The heavenly human tribe was even more mysterious and terrifying in their hearts. He's so powerful. Can Mu Yun block it? The thought flashed through everyone's mind. Yale was the only one who was shocked. He quickly shouted, "Be careful, don't be careless." But it was too late. Lu Ming had already made his move. Boom! Lu Ming's body was shrouded in dazzling light. He threw out a punch and collided with the burly young man's claw. It was as if divine thunder had exploded. Crack! Then, the sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the area. Then the figure was pushed back. His gasps could be heard from the scene. The pupils of the first-class heavenly soldier widened, revealing deep shock. The one who was sent flying was naturally the burly young man from the heavenly human tribe. Not only was he sent flying, but his claw was also deformed. It was obvious that his bones were broken. Terrifying. The burly young man from the heavenly human tribe was absolutely terrifying. He was at least a peerless genius who could fight with someone 5 levels higher than him. He was even stronger than Yale. But he was injured by Lu Ming with one move and his bones were broken. Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level lower than his opponent's. This kind of combat strength was really terrifying. Not only the first-class heavenly soldiers, but the core disciples of the heavenly palace and the other young men from the heavenly human tribe were also shocked. A mere human actually has such combat strength. Good, very good. The one who spoke was Yiyu. There was a fiery glow in his eyes as he stared at Lu Ming and said, "Your combat power is not bad. I'll give you a chance now. Submit to me and follow me in the future. I'll give you unimaginable power and status." The stronger Lu Ming was, the more Yiyu wanted to subdue him. As long as he subdued Lu Ming would become his sharp sword in the future, fighting for him and conquering the world for him. To be honest, although there were many geniuses who sought refuge with him, none of them had the talent and battle prowess of Lu Ming. As soon as Yiyu said this, many people revealed looks of envy and jealousy, including some of the heavenly human tribe. What kind of honor was it to be valued so highly by Yiyu? What kind of opportunity was this? They couldn't ask for it even if they wanted to. Just when everyone thought that Lu Ming would definitely agree, Lu Ming smiled calmly and said, "Not interested." After saying that, he turned around and continued to walk up. What? Everyone else was stunned. What did they hear? Lu Ming actually refused. Lu Ming actually rejected such an enviable opportunity and good fortune without even thinking? Yiyu's expression instantly darkened. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he said, "You'd better reconsider." "There's no need to reconsider." Lu Ming waved his hand and didn't even look back. Arrogant. Ignorant. Disgraceful. Such a person can't be allowed to live. Cold voices rang out from the core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace. At the same time, powerful auras burst out and locked onto Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming turned around and looked in a direction. There were 4 young women standing side by side there. They were graceful and beautiful, and each of them was unparalleled. These 4 were the 4 disciples of the Lord of Heaven from the Great Dream Realm. At this time, they had already removed the Great Dream power and revealed their true appearances. Autumn Moon really isn't here. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. Autumn Moon wasn't among the 4 of them. Obviously, Autumn Moon didn't enter the archaic world this time. "You don't have to do anything. I'll do it." An extremely cold voice rang out. It was from Yiyu. His face was calm, but a cold light flashed in his eyes, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. Beside Yiyu, a few young men from the heavenly human tribe couldn't help but shudder. Those who knew Yiyu knew that this was a sign that Yiyu was extremely angry. Every time this happened, someone would end up in a miserable state. As soon as Yiyu finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Lu Ming and pressed his palm down on Lu Ming. So fast. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Yiyu didn't use the great shift technique. He didn't move directly in front of him, but because his speed was so fast, it looked like he was teleporting. Without thinking, Lu Ming threw out a punch with all his might. The fist and palm collided. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently as a destructive force swept out in all directions. The surrounding people's faces changed drastically as they frantically retreated. Those who retreated too slowly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying strength. At that moment, Lu Ming's body was shaking violently. He could sense that Yi Yu's palm was filled with a terrifying strength that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In the end, Lu Ming was pushed back a dozen steps before he managed to stabilize himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just like when Lu Ming had fought against the tall and sturdy young man from the heavenly human tribe, the situation was completely reversed. This time, it was Lu Ming who had been injured in one attack. That Yi Yu is extremely strong. He's a godly emperor and can fight against people who are at least 6 cultivation levels higher than him. Lu Ming's expression was unprecedentedly grave. Yi Yu was terrifyingly strong. Even though he only had the strength of the top of the 9th godly emperor layer, his fighting abilities were terrifying. Lu Ming guessed that Yi Yu could fight against people who were at least 6 cultivation levels higher than him. Lu Ming had never seen such a monstrous cultivator. It was the first time. He had never seen such a powerful genius before. Whether it was Di Jenny, Dark Knight Rose, or the other monstrous cultivators, none of them were as strong as Yi Yu. In the godly emperor layer, one could fight against people who were at least 6 cultivation levels higher than him. Fortunately, Lu Ming had recently used the Blessings Tower to cultivate more than 5,000 secret skills to strengthen his forbidden strength. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have been able to defeat Yi Yu if they were at the same cultivation level. Even so, Lu Ming was not completely confident that he could defeat Yi Yu if they were at the same cultivation level. Who knew if Yi Yu had used his full strength? The heavenly human tribe was terrifying. "Submit and follow me or die," shouted Yi Yu coldly. His eyes were extremely cold as he walked towards Lu Ming. "You're just 1 cultivation level higher than me. Do you think you can defeat me if we're at the same cultivation level?" shouted Lu Ming. He then turned around and left. Yi Yu's fighting abilities were obviously above his. In addition, there were so many geniuses from the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples from the heavenly palace. If they continued to fight, it would be disadvantageous for him. Lu Ming ran up the stairs. Chapter 4153. Lu Ming ran up the stairs. How could Yi Yu let him go? "You want to leave? Say." Yi Yu shouted coldly and chased after Lu Ming. Yi Yu's speed was amazing, but Lu Ming was not slow either. Lu Ming covered his body with the great godly wind technique. He was as fast as lightning, not slower than Yi Yu. The two of them rushed up the stairs. Chase. The other core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace quickly chased after Lu Ming. As for those first-rate heavenly soldiers, they looked at each other and then all of them flew back and retreated. The core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace had forgotten about them because of Lu Ming. Why were they still here? They should leave quickly. They did not want to comprehend and imprint. Damn it. When Yi Yu and the rest sensed that the first-grade heavenly soldiers had fled, they roared furiously in their hearts. They then shifted their anger to Lu Ming. If it were not for Lu Ming, would things have turned out this way? How could they let those first-class heavenly soldiers escape? It was all Lu Ming's fault. They naturally did not think that it was because they had provoked Lu Ming first that things had turned out this way. In their hearts, what they did was right and right. Therefore, they did not have the concept of wrong at all. They wanted Lu Ming to pay the price. The two sides, one chasing and one fleeing, were very fast. Soon they reached the end of the stairs. At the end of the stairs, Lu Ming could not help but stare. At the end of the stairs was also a platform, but this platform was different from the one below. The ground of this platform was covered with futons. At a glance, there were at least thousands of futons. At the very front of these praying mats, there was a huge stone wall. This stone wall was very large. It was rectangular and about 1,000 meters high, but it was tens of thousands of meters long and dozens of meters thick. It was hard to tell what kind of stone it was, but it gave off an ancient feeling. What made Lu Ming unable to move his eyes away the most was that the stone wall was covered with densely packed carvings. These carvings were grotesquely shaped and had all kinds of shapes. Some of them were just random scratches, as if they had been left by a sword. Some of them looked like saber marks, while others looked like palm prints or fist prints. These were all relatively simple carvings. Some of the carvings were much more complicated. Some looked like a fierce tiger, some looked like a divine dragon, some looked like a burning flame, or a whistling gale. There were at least 1,000 types of them. Ancient secret technique. These were all comprehensions and imprints related to the grand ancient secret technique. Needless to say, these were all left behind by the experts of the grand ancient divine court. This was the true place to preach and comprehend the Tao. From the futons on the ground, it could be inferred that in the distant past, the experts of the grand ancient divine court would preach and occasionally engrave their comprehensions on the stone wall. Below, many disciples of the grand ancient divine court would sit cross-legged on the futons and listen to the teachings. Or they could comprehend the grand ancient secret technique from the stone wall. I'm rich. Lu Ming's heart immediately became hot, and his eyes were filled with a fiery light. With so many comprehensions and secret techniques left behind by the grand ancient divine court, how many grand ancient secret techniques could he exchange for? If he took them to the heavenly palace, how many merit points and treasures would he be able to exchange for? At this moment, Yu also came to the top of the stairs. He was also shocked by the scene in front of him. These comprehensions and imprints left behind by the experts of the grand ancient divine court are all mine. Yu roared in his heart, and his eyes were filled with greed. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. He directly rushed towards the stone wall. "Kid, you're courting death!" Yu shouted coldly and rushed towards Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming first before taking the stone wall. Here, except for Lu Ming, no one dared to disobey him. However, just as Lu Ming dashed out for a distance, he was suddenly shocked. There was an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. Then, one of the praying mats in front of him actually transformed into a ferocious tiger. With a roar, it pounced toward him. The wind was extinguished, and its sharp claws scratched at Lu Ming's head. Its power was very shocking. It was definitely at the Divine Emperor realm, and not an ordinary one. Lu Ming did not hesitate and activated the first-class celestial soldier armor. A layer of light shrouded his body. Crack! The fierce tiger's claws scratched the first-class celestial soldier armor, and there was an ear-piercing sound. Although it did not break through the armor's defense, Lu Ming's body was blocked. Behind him, Yu had already caught up. He struck out with his palm and bombarded the first-class celestial soldier armor. The first-class celestial soldier armor shook violently, but it was blocked. "Watch me break your celestial soldier armor," Yu shouted coldly. A silver spear appeared in his palm, emitting a terrifying wave. A great killing weapon. This was definitely a great killing weapon, and a terrifying one at that. Yu activated the silver spear, emitting a terrifying wave. Just as he was about to attack Lu Ming again, the other futons around them also changed. Some of these futons turned into giant wolves, some into divine dragons, and some into giant birds. As for some of them, they transformed into humanoid living beings. They held swords in their hands and charged toward them. In an instant, at least 10 figures charged towards Lu Ming and Yu. These creatures were very powerful. Lu Ming and Yu felt a sense of danger and did not dare to be careless. Lu Ming took out the zephyr bead. Strong winds whistled out from the zephyr bead, rushing forward and colliding with these creatures. With a loud rumble, these creatures were blocked by the strong winds. However, the strong winds shook violently and were almost destroyed. Yi did not continue to attack Lu Ming. The long robe on his body emitted a layer of light, enveloping him. The long robe on his body was similar to a celestial soldier armor. Its defensive power was amazing, even stronger than a first-class celestial soldier armor. At the same time, he brandished the long spear in his hand. Numerous spear shadows shot out, knocking away the living beings formed by the prayer mats. However, at this time, the other futons around them also changed. At least a few thousand futons had all turned into creatures of different forms. In fact, these futons could not be called creatures. They should be a kind of imprint. For the time being, they were called creatures. Thousands of creatures all looked at Lu Ming and Yu. At the same time, the other prodigies of the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples of the heavenly palace also arrived. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed. "Come here and help me stop these creatures. I will kill Mu Yun." Yi Yu shouted. Chapter 4154. Yi Yu wanted to call the others over to help him block the living beings transformed from the futons so that he could free up his hands to deal with Lu Ming. Now, with so many creatures pouncing on them, it was difficult for him to attack Lu Ming with all his might. If he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to break through Lu Ming's first-class celestial soldier armor. He needed to use all his strength to break through the defense of the first-class celestial soldier armor. Let's go! The geniuses of the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples of the heavenly palace rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. As they rushed out, their bodies emitted dazzling rays of light. They were all wearing extremely high-level battle armor, similar to the armor of a first-class heavenly soldier. Their defensive power was astonishing. This was their confidence. Otherwise, they would not dare to rashly charge over in the face of so many living beings formed from praying mats. At the same time, weapons appeared in their hands. These weapons emitted powerful waves of energy. They were all great killing weapons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before he arrived, attacks flew out one after another, flying towards the living beings formed by the praying mats around Yi Yu, blocking those living beings. This way, Yi Yu was able to free up his hands. Yi Yu's eyes were cold as he looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming used the greater godly wind technique. His body flashed continuously, dodging the attack of a creature on a futon, and continued to run forward. Kill! Yi Yu hollered, his golden hair flying in the wind. He swept out his silver spear, sending a few living creatures flying. He took a step forward and chased after Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. The core disciples of the heavenly human race and the heavenly palace had already rushed over. With so many people attacking at the same time, they kept attacking the futon creatures, blocking all the futon creatures that were charging toward Yi Yu. As a result, Yi Yu's speed increased greatly and he caught up with Lu Ming in no time. Swoosh! The silver spear pierced through the void like a bolt of silver lightning, thrusting towards Lu Ming. Because Lu Ming had to deal with the praying mat creatures, and because the silver spear was too fast, he couldn't dodge it in time and was stabbed directly. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The light barrier formed by the first-grade celestial soldier armor was constantly trembling. Lu Ming was pushed forward by a powerful force, and in front of him, several praying mats charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly drew out the power inside the Zephyr bead to block the creatures on the futons. At this time, Lu Ming felt that the energy of the first-class heavenly soldier battle armor on his body was almost exhausted. What a powerful attack! It's comparable to the strength of the third great supreme god layer. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Yi was really strong. After using his deadly weapon, his attacks were comparable to a real cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. It was even stronger than Lu Ming's mysterious ice rod. Little brat, die! Yi Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His silver spear thrusted towards Lu Ming again. The first attack broke through the defense of Lu Ming's first-grade celestial soldier battle armor. The second attack would kill Lu Ming. That was his plan. Although Lu Ming was talented, if he could subdue him, he would be of great use to him. But he could see that with Lu Ming's temperament, he couldn't subdue him. Since he couldn't subdue him, he couldn't use him, and he had already offended him, he couldn't let him live. He had to get rid of him. The silver spear thrusted towards Lu Ming's head again. Danger! At this moment, Lu Ming felt deeply threatened. Yi Yu's attack had reached the strength of the third great supreme god layer. If he was hit, even if his vitality was extremely strong, he would still be in danger. The attack of a third great supreme god layer was enough to destroy all the cells in his body. At this moment, Lu Ming only had two choices. One was to use the mysterious ice rod to block Yi Yu's attack. But even if Lu Ming used the mysterious ice rod, his fighting strength couldn't compare to Yi Yu's. Even if he could block the attack, he would be injured and sent flying. If it was any other place, it would be fine. The key was that there were praying mat creatures everywhere. These praying mat creatures were all very terrifying. If he was blasted away and surrounded by these praying mat creatures, he would be in an even more passive and dangerous situation. The other option was to use the greater teleportation technique to leave. But Lu Ming wasn't sure. There was a strong pressure here. He couldn't even fly. How could he teleport? But how would he know if he didn't try? Lu Ming decided to use both options at the same time. He used the mysterious ice rod while using the greater teleportation technique. While using the greater teleportation technique, he felt a strong pressure all around him. It was as if he was in a quagmire. There was a strong force pulling him from all directions. But what made Lu Ming happy was that this force didn't completely lock Lu Ming in place. Lu Ming felt that there was still some space. "Get out of here!" Lu Ming roared in his heart. He gave up on using the mysterious ice rod and used all his strength to use the greater teleportation technique. Finally, Lu Ming seemed to have forcibly broken free from the pulling force around him. His figure disappeared from the spot. Just as Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot, Yiyu's long spear pierced the spot where Lu Ming was standing just now. As soon as Lu Ming disappeared, Yiyu's spear pierced nothing. The terrifying force pierced a hole in the praying mat creature in front of him. The creature trembled a few times and then dissipated. It turned back into a praying mat and fell to the ground. It seemed that this praying mat creature wasn't completely invincible. It was just too difficult. Yiyu's move just now was almost at the peak of his combat strength. That was why he defeated it in one move. Damn it! Yiyu roared in his heart and looked forward. 100 meters away, Lu Ming's figure appeared. That's right. Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique and only moved 100 meters away. Originally, in other places, Lu Ming could use the greater teleportation technique to move at least 10,000 miles away. But the pressure here was too strong. When Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique, although he broke free from the pulling force, it was still greatly affected. Its power was greatly reduced and he could only move 100 meters away. But Lu Ming was already overjoyed. This place was not like other places. It was full of thousands of praying mats. It was not easy to move 10 meters, let alone 100 meters. In this place, teleporting 100 meters was enough. Damn it. Let's attack together. Don't let that kid escape. Yiyu roared furiously. He led the Heavenly Human Clan's experts and the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace's big shots to charge toward Lu Ming. With so many of them working together, their speed was very fast. However, before they could move 100 meters, Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique again and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was 100 meters away. 100 meters, that's enough. That stone wall is mine. Lu Ming's eyes were burning. He continued to use the greater teleportation technique and moved 100 meters closer to the stone wall. Chapter 4155. Lu Ming constantly approached the stone wall. Those praying mats simply could not hit Lu Ming. Lu Ming constantly dodged them. His speed was much faster than Yiyu and the others. This made Yiyu and the others very anxious. "Mu Yun, that stone wall is mine. If you dare to touch it, I guarantee that I will make you suffer an incomparably miserable fate. I guarantee," Yiyu roared. Lu Ming snorted disdainfully. He simply could not be bothered with Yiyu and continued towards the stone wall. There was a distance of at least tens of thousands of meters from the outermost area to the stone wall. The distance was not considered short. Lu Ming shifted 10 times in a row and shifted a distance of about 1,000 meters. He then let out a long breath. It consumed too much energy. Although he could use the greater teleportation technique here, every time he did so, it consumed a lot of energy. Furthermore, the energy consumption was even greater than outside. After continuously shifting 10 times, Lu Ming felt his energy rapidly depleting. If this continued, he might not be able to reach the stone wall before exhausting all his energy. Major Primal Pill. With a thought, a Longan-sized divine pill appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The divine pill was green in color and filled with the fragrance of plants. This kind of medicinal pill contained incomparably pure and dense life essence. In the great desolate universe, it was priceless. Every single one of them was extremely valuable. Sometimes, it could not be bought even if one had the money. This was what Lu Ming had exchanged for at the Merit Exchange Hall in the Heavenly Palace. Because the elvenwood core on hand was almost used up, Lu Ming had exchanged for some secret techniques and ancient secret techniques at the Merit Exchange Hall the last time, as well as various divine pills. Most of the divine pills were like the elvenwood core, replenishing life essence. The major primal pill was one of the top divine pills. It contained dense life essence and was incomparably pure. It could be rapidly absorbed and converted. Its effects were even better than the elvenwood core. Opening his mouth, Lu Ming sucked the major primal pill into his mouth. The pure life force surged into Lu Ming's body and quickly turned into forbidden energy, replenishing Lu Ming's strength. Then Lu Ming continued executing the greater teleportation technique, approaching that stone wall. Seeing Lu Ming getting closer and closer to the stone wall, Yi was furious. His eyes were ferocious as he stared at Lu Ming. "Quick, charge with all your might, charge with all your might." Yi roared and rushed forward with all his might. He cooperated with the other heavenly human tribe geniuses and the core disciples of the heavenly palace. Their speed was also very fast, but compared to Lu Ming, they were still a bit slower. Just like that, every time he teleported, he would get 100 meters closer to the stone wall. When he didn't have enough strength, he would use the Great Yuan to supplement it. After a period of time, Lu Ming finally got close to the stone wall. Once he was within 1,000 meters of the stone wall, those praying mats stopped and didn't continue attacking Lu Ming. This way, Lu Ming was much more relaxed. Finally, he didn't need to continue using the greater teleportation technique. He took large strides and ran with all his might, covering 1,000 meters in an instant. Collect it. Once he was under the stone wall, Lu Ming took out a high-level storage ring. Facing the stone wall, he circulated his forbidden energy. Instantly, a surge of energy enveloped the stone wall. With a buzz, the entire stone wall disappeared. Lu Ming had collected it into the storage ring. Success! Lu Ming was overjoyed. He was originally worried that this stone wall wouldn't be easy to collect. He didn't expect to succeed so easily. In the next moment, Lu Ming was slightly taken aback as he looked ahead. It turned out that there was another world behind the stone wall. Previously, because the stone wall had blocked his view, Lu Ming didn't see the situation behind the stone wall. At this moment, the first thing that came into view was a road paved with white jade. On both sides of the road stood 9 statues. There were a total of 18 statues. Some were in the shape of beasts, while others were in the shape of humans. At the end of the road, there was a chair. On the chair sat a person. No, to be precise, it wasn't a person. It was also a statue. This statue was about the height of an ordinary person. It looked like it was carved out of a whole piece of fine jade. In the hand of this fine jade statue floated a black stone. Yes, it looked like a piece of black stone that was casually picked up in some mountainous area. It looked ordinary and didn't have the slightest abnormality. However, for some reason, Lu Ming's first impression was that this black stone was extraordinary. Should I go and take it? A thought came to Lu Ming's mind. "Kid, hand over the stone wall for me." Behind him, Yu led his men and charged madly. However, they were still some distance away. "Let's give it a try." Lu Ming made his decision. This was because the position of the white jade statue was at the very center of the training hall. Generally speaking, the thing at the very center was the best. Although Lu Ming didn't know what the black stone in the statue's hand was, it was better to get it first. Lu Ming stepped forward along the white jade path. As he walked, Lu Ming was very cautious. His mind was highly focused as he paid attention to the 18 statues on both sides. Who knew if the statues on both sides would suddenly move and attack him? It wasn't like he hadn't experienced something like this before. However, Lu Ming soon realized that he was worrying too much. He passed through several statues in a row without any abnormalities. Those statues were dead. They weren't puppets, nor were they anything else. They seemed to be just statues, motionless. Lu Ming increased his speed. Soon, Lu Ming was about to pass through the last 2 statues and arrive in front of the white jade statue sitting on the chair. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a surge of energy shrouding him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as his expression changed. This was because this power gave off an ancient and lofty feeling, as if it belonged to the entire universe. It was unparalleled and incomparably powerful. This force suddenly pressed down on Lu Ming's body. "Block it!" Lu Ming shouted. Taboo energy erupted from his body, covering his body to resist the force outside. It was strange. That surge of power was very scary, but it was not very strong. Lu Ming's taboo force supported it and it was able to withstand it. Then that force rapidly weakened. In the next moment, that force disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming took a step forward and crossed the range of the 18 statues. He was less than 500 meters away from the white jade statue. Even in this environment, Lu Ming only needed a few steps to cross 500 meters. Lu Ming took a step forward and was already 100 meters away. He was close to the white jade statue. At this time, Yi Yu and the others finally rushed past the range of the praying mat creatures and arrived on the white jade path. Charge! They didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards the white jade path. They were naturally relieved when they saw that Lu Ming was completely fine. They rushed towards Lu Ming as fast as they could. However, when they stepped onto the white jade path, the statues suddenly moved. Chapter 4156. Swoosh, swoosh. Two statues wielded huge battle swords and slashed at Yi Yu and the others. What's going on? Watch out. Yi Yu and the others were shocked and tried to defend themselves. Yi Yu was strong. His silver spear shot out like a bolt of lightning and collided with one of the battle swords. Boom. There was a loud boom as the statue's blade was blocked. However, the spear in Yi Yu's hand also shook violently. He was forced to take several steps back before he could stabilize himself. Yi Yu had blocked the attack, but the others were not as strong as him. The geniuses of the heavenly human tribe joined hands and used their weapons to attack the battle swords of the statues. Then they groaned and were blown away like cannonballs. The weapons in their hands smashed onto their own bodies, creating loud booms. Fortunately, they were all wearing high-level battle suits that blocked these attacks. Otherwise, they would have been seriously injured even if they didn't die. The two statues were not the only ones attacking. There were also a few beast-shaped statues. They attacked the core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace with their huge claws. Those statues were extremely strong. Each of them had the strength of the third great supreme god layer. Apart from Yi Yu, no one could block them, even if they used their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. The geniuses of the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples of the heavenly palace were blown away like sandbags. Luckily, they were wearing battle clothes that could withstand a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. That was how they managed to block the attack of the statue. They were only slightly injured. Yi Yu was the only one who could block the attacks of those statues. Damn it! Don't try to stop me! Shouted Yi Yu. His body was covered by a layer of strange energy. His body suddenly became illusory. He kept flickering in the air and dodged some of the statue's attacks. Of course, he didn't dodge all of them. Some attacks were aimed at him and he blocked them with his full strength. He charged forward with all his might, dodging the statues one by one. Finally, he charged past 16 statues and arrived in front of the last two statues. At that moment, a wave of power surged towards Yi Yu. This power was grand and ancient, causing Yi Yu's expression to greatly change. He hurriedly used all of his strength to block it. Boom! In the next moment, this power slammed into Yi Yu's body. Yi Yu's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blasted off the white jade path and fell to the ground. The light of his battle suit dimmed, and it was clear that its energy had been exhausted. Damn it, how is this possible? Yi Yu roared in his heart, his expression extremely ugly. He couldn't figure out how Lu Ming was able to pass through. When Lu Ming went over just now, those statues were no different from rocks and did not move at all. Why did those statues move and attack them when they went over? Also, what was with the last force? The last burst of power was grand and ancient, unfathomable. He couldn't withstand it at all and was directly blasted out. But how did Lu Ming get past it? Lu Ming's strength was clearly not on par with his, so how could he pass through? Yi Yu couldn't figure it out. In fact, Lu Ming couldn't figure it out either. He originally saw Yi Yu rushing to the end and was prepared to fight with him, but he didn't expect him to be blasted away. There was indeed a force between the last two statues, but he blocked it for a while, and that force disappeared. Yi Yu was stronger than him, so how could he be blasted away? He couldn't figure it out, but it was a good thing. Lu Ming smiled, turned around, and continued to walk towards the white jade statue sitting on the chair, leaving behind Yu and the others with extremely ugly expressions. Recover on the spot. That brat will definitely come out later. When he comes out, it will be his death. Yu said coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes extremely strong. He had already marked Lu Ming on his must-kill list in his heart. However, he didn't dare to continue on the white jade path. The energy of his battle suit had been exhausted, and it couldn't withstand the attacks of those statues. He could only recover first, and so did the others. Fortunately, there was a buffer zone between the being on the futon and the white jade path. In this area, it was safe, and they could recover in peace. While Yi Yu and the others were recovering, Lu Ming had already arrived in front of the white jade statue sitting on the chair. Lu Ming was very cautious. He carefully observed and didn't act rashly. Who knew if the white jade statue would suddenly attack, or what kind of terrifying attack it contained? The statue was the size of an ordinary person. It was a middle-aged man with a crown on his head, and it was lifelike and full of majesty. Just by looking at the statue, one could tell that the person in the statue was definitely an existence with great power. This is the core of the main training ground. Could the person in the statue be the master of the primordial celestial court? A thought surfaced in Lu Ming's mind. As soon as this thought surfaced, Lu Ming was shocked and his heart started beating violently. If it was true, it would be a big deal. The primordial celestial court was an existence that dared to challenge the heavenly palace. The master of the primordial celestial court was definitely an unimaginably powerful expert, the true overlord of the eldritch universe. If such a person left behind any treasures, it would be unimaginable. Lu Ming couldn't help but look at the black stone in the white jade statue's hand. The black stone looked very ordinary and was no different from a random stone picked up by the roadside. However, if the statue was really the master of the primordial celestial court, then the black stone was definitely extraordinary. Is there any danger? How can I get it? Bone Demon, do you feel any danger? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bone Demon. I'm not sure, Bone Demon stammered. You're not sure either? Lu Ming was even more shocked. Bone Demon had always been mysterious, and he had always called himself the ancestor of the demonic way. How could he not know? I really don't know. The person in the statue is probably stronger than me at my peak. It's normal that I don't know, Bone Demon said. Lu Ming was even more shocked. This was the first time Bone Demon had said that someone was stronger than him at his peak. Could this statue really be the master of the primordial celestial court? At this moment, something strange happened. Lu Ming found that the eyes of the white jade statue seemed to be glowing with two white lights. The two white lights rotated like two vortexes. Then, Lu Ming felt his head sink, and his vision fell into darkness. However, the darkness didn't last long, and light appeared again. Then, Lu Ming felt that the place he was standing in had changed. He was standing in the middle of a void. Around him were halos that danced continuously. These halos were constantly changing. Sometimes they turned into a tiger, sometimes a divine sword, and sometimes flames, ice, and so on. Chapter 4157. Lu Ming looked at the constantly changing halos around him and widened his eyes in shock. He felt that these halos were all transformed from the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Now that he had mastered many ancient secret techniques, he was extremely sensitive to ancient secret techniques and could easily capture the aura of the ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual consciousness and found that there were exactly 3,000 of these halos. Lu Ming couldn't help but reach out and try to grab a halo in his hand. However, he caught nothing and the halo flowed through his fingers. Lu Ming was disappointed. These halos weren't real, they were all illusory. These are all illusory imprints. You can't catch them, nor can you take them. At this moment, a voice sounded not far away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly looked over. He found a figure in front of him. He was attracted by the halos and didn't notice this figure at all. What surprised Lu Ming was that this figure looked exactly the same as the white jade statue from before. You, the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court? Lu Ming couldn't help but blurt out. However, the figure shook his head and said, I'm not the lord of the ancient divine court. To be precise, I'm the spirituality of the white jade statue you saw before. However, the white jade statue you saw was indeed carved in imitation of the lord of the ancient divine court. I see. Lu Ming finally understood. To be precise, the white jade statue was indeed the lord of the ancient divine court. However, the figure in front of him wasn't the lord of the ancient divine court, but the spirituality of the statue itself. Senior, where am I? Lu Ming asked again. You're inside the body of the white jade statue. To be precise, these are all illusory. You're not in your body, but your consciousness. Just now, I pulled your consciousness in. The spirituality of the white jade statue said. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. He then asked, Senior, why did you pull my consciousness in? It's very simple. I'm passing the archaic divine stone to you. The spirituality of the white jade statue said. Archaic god stone? What is it? The black stone outside? Lu Ming immediately thought of the black stone in the hands of the white jade statue outside and blurted out subconsciously. Black stone? Hee, that's a primal god stone, one of the most precious treasures in the entire universe. Do you know where the primal divine court's 3,000 primal secret techniques came from? It was comprehended from the archaic god stone. The spirituality of the white jade statue said. What? Lu Ming's heart was violently shaken, as if the seas and rivers had been overturned. The primeval divine court's 3,000 primeval secret skills all came from the primeval divine stone. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He used to think that the 3,000 ancient secret arts were created out of thin air by the peerless experts of the archaic divine court. Now, it seemed that was not the case at all. Senior, are you saying that the archaic godstone contains the 3,000 ancient secret arts? Lu Ming said, his heart beating faster. If the primordial divine stone contained the 3,000 ancient secret arts, wouldn't he have struck it rich? Wouldn't he be able to gather all the 3,000 ancient secret arts in one go? No. The other party shook his head and said, there is not a single ancient secret art in the primeval divine stone. Not even a single ancient secret art? Senior, didn't you say that the 3,000 ancient secret arts came from the primeval divine stone? Lu Ming showed a trace of disappointment. The 3,000 ancient secret arts did come from the primeval divine stone, but it does not mean that the primeval divine stone contains all the 3,000 ancient secret arts. In fact, the primeval divine stone contains all the possibilities. The primeval divine stone sees the fortune of heaven and earth, mysterious and unpredictable. Its origin is unknown, as if it contains all the great Daoists of the universe. Others can comprehend their own secret arts and great Daoists through the primeval divine stone. In the past, the master of the primal divine court accidentally obtained the primeval divine stone. Through the primeval divine stone, he comprehended various ancient secret arts. That is how the ancient secret arts came to be. The spirituality of the white jade statue explained. Lu Ming understood. The ancient secret arts were comprehended through the primeval divine stone, and not originally contained in the primeval divine stone. In the past, the master of the primal divine court was unparalleled in talent. After he obtained the primeval divine stone, he comprehended 3,000 secret arts from the primeval divine stone. These 3,000 secret arts are collectively known as the 3,000 ancient secret arts. Later on, he established the primal divine court and passed down the 3,000 ancient secret arts to the outside world. The spirituality of the white jade statue explained. Senior, you mean to say that there are more than 3,000 ancient secret arts that can be comprehended from the primeval divine stone? Lu Ming asked. That's right. In theory, the primeval divine stone has endless possibilities. Comprehending countless secret arts from it depends on one's talent. The ancient secret arts that a person comprehended can be strong or weak. Some are extremely strong, while some are ordinary. For example, the 3,000 ancient secret arts. The spirituality of the white jade statue said. Lu Ming felt his breathing getting heavier. This was even more precious than the 3,000 ancient secret arts. As long as one was talented enough, there were endless possibilities. This was too amazing. Such a treasure could really be called one of the top treasures in the universe. Now, such a treasure was about to fall into his hands. Even with Lu Ming's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Lu Ming forced himself to calm down and said, "Senior, I want to know why you imparted the primeval divine stone to me. I'm not the only one outside." With Lu Ming's intelligence, how could he not know that the other party had deliberately chosen him? Therefore, when he entered the white jade path, the statues on both sides didn't move. When the last force appeared, Lu Ming resisted it for a while before it disappeared. When Yi Yu and the others entered, they were attacked by the statues. In the end, Yi was even sent flying. Only a fool wouldn't notice such an obvious difference in treatment. The people outside are all from the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace destroyed the archaic divine court back then. This hatred is irreconcilable. Why would I choose them to help the enemy? The spirituality of the white jade statue said coldly. But I'm also from the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming said, "You're from the fake Heavenly Palace, aren't you? A taboo body. You're the sworn enemy of the Heavenly Palace. How could you be from the Heavenly Palace? You entered the Heavenly Palace on purpose, didn't you? I have to say, you're really brave, hee." The spirituality of the white jade statue said. Lu Ming was shocked. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He stared at the other party and said, "How did you know?" "It's normal for me to know because the master of the archaic divine court was also a taboo body. I sensed it when you entered the vicinity." The spirituality of the white jade statue said. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the master of the archaic divine court was also a taboo body. Chapter 4158. It was beyond Lu Ming's expectation that the master of the ancient divine court was also a taboo being. No wonder the master of the grand ancient divine court was able to comprehend 3,000 kinds of ancient secret techniques. It turns out that he has a forbidden body. Even if he comprehended so many ancient secret techniques, it would be useless. Only a forbidden body is beneficial. The more secret techniques one can comprehend, the better. Lu Ming's mind raced, and he figured out many things that he couldn't figure out. "Senior, could it be that the master of the primeval divine court has truly fallen?" Lu Ming asked again. "Yes, he's dead. He's completely dead. There's no way he can be resurrected." The spirituality of the white jade statue said. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. The master of the ancient divine court, whose cultivation had reached an unfathomable level, was also a taboo being, and had mastered 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Such an existence was actually dead. In that case, it was easy to imagine how terrifying the person who could kill him was. Obviously, the master of the ancient divine court died at the hands of the Heavenly Palace. What was the origin of the Heavenly Palace? Why was it so powerful? "Senior, how did the war between the ancient divine court and the Heavenly Palace break out? What was the process of the war? Also, why are the taboo being and the Heavenly Palace's sworn enemies?" Lu Ming asked a few questions. He had always heard that the taboo being and the Heavenly Palace were sworn enemies. Sooner or later, they would be on opposite sides, but he didn't know why. "I'm not very sure. After all, I'm just a spirituality born from a statue. When I was born, the ancient divine court had already been destroyed." The statue shook its head. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. The doubts in his heart still couldn't be answered. "Senior, the ancient god stone is so precious. If you leave it here, aren't you afraid that the powerful existences of the Heavenly Palace will forcibly break in and take it away?" Lu Ming asked again. The archaic heavenly stone was definitely the core treasure of the archaic celestial court. The Heavenly Palace would definitely want it. However, the archaic world was under the control of the Heavenly Palace. "Don't worry. If anyone below the Divine Lord level enters the Heavenly Palace, they won't be able to take it away. If anyone above the Divine Lord level enters, they won't be able to enter. The archaic world is protected by a formation. If anyone tries to break it by force, the archaic world will self-destruct. As for me, I'll take the archaic god stone and escape into the dark void of the universe. Alright, I've basically told you everything I wanted to tell you. I'll send you back now. After the spirituality of the white jade statue finished speaking, Lu Ming felt his vision blur. He had already left the void and his consciousness had returned to his body. That primordial divine stone is already in my mind, but this is… As soon as Lu Ming came out, he felt that something was wrong. He sensed that there was something new in his sea of consciousness, and upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the black stone, the primeval godstone. However, the black stone was clearly still in the palm of the white jade statue. No, the stone in the white jade statue's hand isn't real. It's just an illusion. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he realized what was going on. The stone in the white jade statue's hand was just an illusion. However, if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to tell. If Lu Ming hadn't noticed the primeval godstone in his sea of consciousness, he wouldn't have been able to tell. Then, his body was enveloped by a force and disappeared from the spot. He was gone. Yi Yu and the rest watched helplessly as Lu Ming disappeared before their eyes. Bam! A burning anger exploded in Yi Yu's heart, and his eyes turned red. He had planned to block Lu Ming here, but now, Lu Ming had disappeared right under his nose. His plan was foiled again. Damn it, damn it. Hurry up and recover. Let's kill our way back, Yi Yu roared. However, there was no other way. The energy of their battle suits hadn't recovered yet, so they didn't dare to retreat. If they retreated now, they wouldn't be a match for the creatures on the futons. No matter how angry and unwilling they were, they could only wait. At this moment, Lu Ming had appeared in another place. This is a dojo below. Lu Ming glanced around and found that he had returned to the dojo they had just entered. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He understood why the white jade statue had an illusion of the primeval godstone in its hand. It was to protect him. In this way, in the eyes of Yi Yu and the others, Lu Ming hadn't taken the black stone. After leaving this place, the people of the heavenly palace wouldn't know that he had taken the black stone, which was the primeval godstone. If the people of the heavenly palace found out that he had taken the primeval godstone, he would be in danger. He might not even be able to keep his life, let alone the primeval godstone. Afterward, Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and saw many people searching the mountains and plains. They were all Emperor God experts from the archaic world. These people had been robbed by Lu Ming, so their insights and imprints were all in Lu Ming's hands. Now, they could only search the mountains for what they had missed. Lu Ming smiled and didn't make things difficult for these people. He went back the way he had come and went back to the great sorcerer god palace. He found that the first-class celestial soldiers had also returned. The first-class celestial soldiers were surprised to see Lu Ming come out. Previously, when they saw Yi Yu and the others chasing after Lu Ming, they thought that Lu Ming was most likely going to die. They didn't expect that he would be able to return unscathed. What a surprise! After greeting the Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master and the others, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. They didn't have to wait for long before the Emperor God experts from the archaic world returned from the great ancient dojo. When the people from the archaic world saw Lu Ming, they had mixed feelings. There was hatred, fear, and anger. Palace Master, this brat stole our insights and imprints in the great ancient dojo. Palace Master, please help us. An elder bowed to the Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master and cried out. This old man was none other than Fang He. What's going on? The Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master frowned. That brat from the outside world, Mu Yun, didn't get any insights or imprints. Instead, he stole all of our insights and imprints. Fang He wept and said with a mournful face. The Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master frowned slightly and looked at Lu Ming. They wanted to steal from me first. They weren't strong enough and I took it back. Lu Ming said flatly. Fang He, is that what happened? The Grand Sorcerer God Palace Master looked at Fang He. Fang He stammered and didn't know what to say. After a while, he turned his gaze and said, What about them? You took the initiative to steal from them, right? Fang He pointed at the others. Lu Ming had indeed taken the initiative to steal from them. Chapter 4159. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, "You people from the Archean world tried to steal my insights and markings as soon as you saw me. I didn't trust you, so I had to strike first. What's wrong? Can't I?" "You are being unreasonable." Fong He pointed at Lu Ming. His body could not stop trembling. He was infuriated. "That's enough," the Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said coldly. "I already know about this. Let's leave it at that. You tried to steal someone else's gains first, and then you were robbed by someone else. You can't blame anyone else for that." "Master," Fong He wanted to say more. "That's enough." The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master frowned and said in a cold voice. He was displeased. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple only cared about the results. They couldn't care less about the process. They only wanted the insights and markings left behind by the experts of the Archean Divine Court. They couldn't care less about the process. They had to give rewards anyway. They couldn't care less if Lu Ming stole someone else's insights and markings, or if someone else stole Lu Ming's insights and markings. To put it bluntly, they had to rely on their own abilities to make a living. They would give rewards to whoever obtained the insights and markings. Seeing the Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master's displeasure, Fong He didn't dare to say anything else. He could only swallow his pride. "All right, now that everyone is out, let's leave this place and see what you have gained," the Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said with a hint of anxiety and anticipation in his eyes. The insights and markings in the great ancient ritual ground were too important for their Archean secret skills. They left the place and returned to the main hall of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple. "Take out your gains. I will reward you according to the previous conditions," the Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said. After he finished speaking, he scanned the crowd. The people from the Archean world looked pale and hesitated for a long time. Only a few of them took out a few insights and markings. The Master of the Great Sorcerer Divine Temple and the other experts were surprised. Could it be that Lu Ming had snatched all their gains? They couldn't help but look forward to Lu Ming's harvest. They secretly hoped that there would be a big harvest. Otherwise, this harvest would be too miserable. Following that, the first-class heavenly soldier also took out their gains. The first-class celestial soldiers had a good harvest, which made the people of the Grand Sorcerer Temple smile. "According to our agreement, 1 ancient secret technique's comprehension or imprint in exchange for 1 ancient secret technique. I'll give it to you." The Grand Magus Divine Palace Hall Master took out a jade box. Once the jade box was opened, balls of light flew out and flew towards the first-rate heavenly soldiers. These balls of light were the spiritual imprints of the Grand Magus Temple's elites. Each ball of light contained an ancient secret skill. These balls of light were similar to the inheritances that the youths in West Raven City had received when they received their magic inheritances. They were all mental imprints. In the end, only Lu Ming was left. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming had snatched the insights and imprints of the other archaic world's elites. His harvest should be good. Lu Ming waved his hand and took out the insights and imprints he had obtained. Of course, he didn't take out the stone wall that he had obtained from the main training ground. The stone wall was too big. If he took it out, he wouldn't be able to fit it here. Even so, the eyes of the Grand Sorcerer Temple Master and the others lit up. They were satisfied with this harvest. There were hundreds of insights and imprints of the ancient secret techniques. Not bad, not bad. Let's check." The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master said. Lu Ming took out a pile of them. They still had to check because many of them might be duplicates. Although repetition was also useful to them, their condition with Lu Ming was that the comprehension and imprint of 1 type of secret skill could be exchanged for 1 type of ancient secret skill. If they had a few comprehensions and imprints of the same secret skill, it would still be 1 type of secret skill. I think it's better to check and verify it later. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. "Wait." The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master and the others were surprised. "That's right. I still have some insights and imprints left behind by the archaic Divine Court. However, they are too big to fit here. Why don't we check outside?" Lu Ming said. "Can't fit here?" The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master and the others looked at each other. To be honest, the area of this hall was not small. It could even fit a small hill. What exactly did Lu Ming obtain that it could not fit here? However, the Grand Sorcerer Temple Master was only surprised for a moment. He said, "Take them out and check." The group came out of the main hall. Outside the main hall was a spacious square. Everyone looked at Lu Ming curiously. They wanted to see what Lu Ming got that he needed to check outside. Lu Ming's expression was calm and unruffled. He waved his hands. Boom! The ground shook and a huge stone wall appeared in the square. At the scene, when everyone saw this stone wall, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. There were many insights and imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the archaic divine court on the wall. The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master and the other strong cultivators of the Great Sorcerer Temple were breathing heavily. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the imprints on the wall. Those are the insights and imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the archaic divine court, shouted a guardian of the Great Sorcerer Temple. He couldn't control his emotions. Oh my God, so many! There must be thousands of secret skills. Too many, really too many. We're rich. The other guardians of the Great Sorcerer Temple were also discussing. Those guardians were all cultivators of the third great supreme god layer. Normally, they didn't show their emotions on their faces. However, they couldn't control their emotions at that moment. Some of the guardians were even more excited when they saw the secret skills of the archaic divine court. They were all created by the secret skills of the archaic divine court, so their cultivation was different from other creatures. They could directly absorb the insights and imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the archaic divine court. As long as they could absorb the insights and imprints, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. The other first-grade celestial soldiers and the great supreme god cultivators of the archaic world were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming's gains were beyond their imagination. Fang He, in particular, had a look of deep fear in his eyes. Lu Ming's gains were so great that they could imagine how strong he was. Without strength, how could he gain anything? Phew! The Grand Sorcerer Temple Master took a deep breath. He was pleasantly surprised. He said, "Little brother Mu Yun, you obtained the insights and imprints of the main training ground?" "That's right. I took all the insights and imprints from the main training ground. They're all on this stone wall," said Lu Ming. Chapter 4160. Great. The Grand Magus Divine Temple Master laughed heartily. He was extremely excited and carefree. The other experts of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple were also overjoyed. With these insights and seals, the strength of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple will skyrocket. By then, it will not be difficult for us to destroy the ancient Sorcerer God Temple. That's right. By then, the entire Archean world will be ours. The experts of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple laughed heartily. They were looking forward to destroying the ancient Sorcerer God Temple and unifying the Archean world. Grand Sorcerer, let's begin the verification. Lu Ming spoke, interrupting their fantasies. Brother Mu Yun, you must be joking. The main thing is that your gains are amazing. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master laughed awkwardly and sent someone to verify the gains. Soon, all the gains were verified. There were more than 1,300 types. Lu Ming had obtained more than 1,300 types of Archean secret skills and seals, which could be exchanged for more than 1,300 types of Archean secret skills. Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. How many merit points could he exchange for with so many Archean secret skills in the Heavenly Palace? Of course, not all of these Archean secret skills could be exchanged for merit points. After all, the Heavenly Palace had more than 1,000 types of Archean secret skills. As long as they overlapped, they could not be exchanged. However, it was impossible for all of them to overlap. Even half of them would be amazing. Besides, even if they could not be exchanged for merit points, Lu Ming could keep them for his own cultivation. The more Archean secret skills Lu Ming had, the better. Brother Mu Yun, you have too many Archean secret skills. The total number of Archean secret skills in the Grand Sorcerer God Temple does not exceed 1,300 types. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master stuttered for a long time and said embarrassedly, You don't have 1,300 types? Lu Ming frowned. That's right. The total number of Archean secret skills in the Grand Sorcerer God Temple is only about 800 types. In fact, the ancient Sorcerer God Temple is about the same as us. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said. Lu Ming understood. The Great Sorcerer Shrine and the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine were mainly ruled by ancient secret skills. There were not many ancient secret skills on either side. Previously, the experts of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine had said that the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine had a total of 800 ancient secret techniques. In fact, the same was true for the Great Sorcerer Temple. There were also dozens of spiritual imprints left behind by the fallen Ancient Sorcerer Temple. There were less than 900 spiritual imprints left behind by the fallen Ancient Sorcerer Temple. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat displeased. Brother Mu Yun, we can exchange the remaining items with other items. Feel free to tell us what you need. The Grand Magus God Palace Master said. Then I'll exchange the rest of my secret arts for ordinary secret arts. What do you think about ordinary witchcraft arts? Lu Ming said. Of course. The Grand Magus Palace Master agreed. They had more living creatures created by ordinary secret techniques, so they could satisfy Lu Ming's requirements. Without hesitation, the Grand Magus God Palace paid Lu Ming more than 800 spiritual imprints of ancient secret arts and over 10,000 spiritual imprints of ordinary secret arts. Lu Ming accepted them with satisfaction. Lu Ming and the Grand Magus God Palace had gotten what they wanted. Everyone was happy. Everyone, we'll have a banquet tonight. Let's drink until we're drunk. The Grand Magus God Palace Master said. Thank you, Grand Magus. Everyone cupped their fists and left. On the other hand, Yi Yu and the others rushed back to the futon after their battle suits had recovered their energy. With so many powerful beings working together, they quickly made their way past the living beings on the prayer mats and returned to the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine. The Grand Magus God Palace obtained more than 1,000 spiritual imprints left behind by the elites of the Archaic Divine Court. The Grand Magus God Palace Master and other elites were shocked when they heard the news. Some of them even yelled. No, the Grand Magus God Palace will be much more powerful with those spiritual imprints. By then, they will be able to suppress the Ancient Sorcerer Temple. If this goes on, we will be wiped out. We can't just sit here and wait. The protectors of the Grand Magus God Palace yelled. Grand Magus, what should we do now? Someone asked the Grand Magus God Palace Master. Kill our way to the Grand Magus God Palace. We can't drag this out any longer. The longer we wait, the worse it will be for us. The Grand Magus God Palace Master made up his mind. Although they had gained something this time, it was nothing compared to what the Grand Magus God Palace had gained. After absorbing the spiritual imprints, the Grand Magus God Palace would improve more than them. By then, they would be in a passive position. Instead of sitting here and waiting, they might be able to defeat the Grand Magus God Palace and unify the Archaic Divine Court. Pass down my order. Gather all the elites of the Ancient Sorcerer Temple and attack the Grand Magus God Palace. Make no mistake. The Grand Magus God Palace Master ordered. The elites of the Ancient Sorcerer Temple immediately scattered to gather the elites of the Ancient Sorcerer Temple. Young Master Yi Yu, I'll give you your rewards now. The Grand Magus God Palace Master took out some spiritual imprints of the archaic secret skills and handed them to Yi Yu and the others. Young Master Yi Yu, what are your plans? The Grand Magus God Palace Master asked. I want to go with you, said Yi. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He would never let Lu Ming off. He wanted to follow the people from the Ancient Sorcerer Divine Temple to the Great Sorcerer Divine Temple so that he could find a chance to kill Lu Ming. He wanted Lu Ming to die tragically. Otherwise, he would never be able to quench his anger. That's great, said the Grand Magus God Palace Master happily. He knew that even though Yi Yu and the others' cultivation levels were not high, they were all peerless geniuses with terrifying fighting strength. The most important thing was that they had all kinds of treasures. Once they used them, their fighting strength would be even more astonishing. Even though they were not as strong as cultivators of the third great supreme god layer, they were still an extraordinary force. They could play a decisive role in the battle against the Grand Magus God Palace. The ancient sorcerer temple was very efficient. After a short time, almost all the troops had gathered. No matter if they were in seclusion or what they were doing, they all moved out. 800 archaic secret skills, tens of thousands of ordinary secret skills, and other strong cultivators of the archaic world. As long as they were under the ancient sorcerer temple's control, they all gathered and attacked the Grand Magus God Palace. At that moment, the Grand Magus God Palace was still celebrating. That night, the Grand Magus God Palace held a grand banquet. Lu Ming and the others all attended. After the banquet, Lu Ming and the others returned to their residences. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and a ball of light appeared in his hand. It was a spiritual imprint of an archaic secret skill. Lu Ming held the ball of light in his hand and inserted his consciousness into it. Immediately, a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. This piece of information was the cultivation method of an ancient secret technique. Chapter 4161. Lu Ming sensed it carefully, memorizing the primordial mystic skill in his mind from this mental imprint. After a while, the spiritual imprint in his hand exploded like a firework. Lu Ming's expression was calm. This was within his expectations. He had already memorized the ancient secret skill contained in the mental imprint. Lu Ming took out another spiritual imprint and started to study it. Memorizing it in his mind was the safest way. He could exchange it with the Heavenly Palace and make a copy. Lu Ming memorized all the ancient secret skills in his mind. He could memorize several of them in an hour. He could memorize 60 to 70 of them in a day. A few days later, Lu Ming had memorized a few hundred of them. On this day, Lu Ming was memorizing the primordial secret skill when he suddenly heard a violent roar. Lu Ming knew right away that this was the sound of the war drums. The war drums are beating. Is it the ancient sorcerer temple? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had expected the ancient sorcerer temple to attack. After all, he had obtained too many insights and imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court. This would break the balance between the great sorcerer temple and the ancient sorcerer temple. He believed that the ancient sorcerer temple would not sit still and do nothing. In fact, the grand sorcerer temple had also expected this. They had gathered all the elites in the grand sorcerer temple and were ready for battle. However, the grand sorcerer temple would not attack first. The longer the battle dragged on, the better it would be for them. They would not attack first. However, since the ancient sorcerer temple was here, they could only fight. Let's go out and take a look. Since the ancient sorcerer temple was here, Lu Ming was not in the mood to continue cultivating. He left his residence and soared into the sky. He saw a large number of elites gathering in the sky and rushing out of the Grand Sorcerer Temple. They were all elites from the Grand Sorcerer Temple. The energy was howling and the sky was boiling. There were too many elites from the Grand Sorcerer Temple. There were more than 1,000 God Emperor Realm experts. The experts formed by the ancient secret technique were almost all Emperor gods. There were about 800 of them. The rest were other living beings who had reached the Emperor God realm. In addition, a large number of godly emperors rushed to the outside of the Great Sorcerer God Temple and set up a great formation. Lu Ming also flew out and realized that there were already tens of thousands of people gathered outside the Grand Sorcerer God Shrine. At the forefront were the Great Sorcerer Divine Palace's Emperor God Realm experts. Over 1,000 Emperor gods gathered together and their aura was terrifying, causing the void to tremble. There was not a single sound at the scene. Everyone was adjusting their state of mind, adjusting themselves to their best state, waiting for the great battle. Rumble. Suddenly, a dull roar came from the front. Here it comes. Everyone's heart trembled. The rumbling sounds ahead grew louder and louder. Then, a terrifying force surged in this direction. That energy was like a tsunami, capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. It was as if it could shatter everything. Following that, large groups of figures appeared. They were from the ancient Sorcerer Temple. The ancient sorcerer temple also gathered tens of thousands of experts and rushed over. Boom! The experts from the great sorcerer temple also unleashed their auras. Their auras were like mountains and seas as they rushed forward and collided with the energy from the ancient sorcerer temple. There was an earth-shattering explosion and the void was blasted into chaos. A terrifying force swept out in all directions, tearing cracks in the space, like a spider web that covered the entire void. Kill! Today, we will destroy the great sorcerer temple. The ancient sorcerer temple's army let out a deafening roar. Then, the ancient sorcerer temple's army rushed over. Kill! Today, the ancient sorcerer temple will be destroyed. We, the great sorcerer temple, are the true rulers. The grand sorcerer temple master also let out a long roar. Kill! Kill, kill, kill! The experts from the great sorcerer temple roared. Their bodies turned into dazzling rays of light and rushed toward the ancient sorcerer temple. The experts from both sides clashed in the air. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Emperor gods against emperor gods, emperor gods against emperor gods. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The emperor gods fought fiercely in the air while the emperor gods fought on the lower level. The sky was suddenly filled with dazzling rays of light. How exciting! Lu Ming's eyes were like two stars as he watched the battle. It was the first time that Lu Ming had seen such a battle. This was because it was a battle of secret skills. All kinds of ancient secret skills turned into their true forms. All kinds of ordinary secret skills turned into their true forms and fought fiercely in the air. Lu Ming did not attack. The first-class heavenly soldiers did not attack either. They just stood behind and watched. Heavenly human tribe. Then, Lu Ming saw Yi Yu and the others from the ancient sorcerer temple. Yi Yu and the others did not attack either. They stood behind and stared coldly at Lu Ming. The murderous intent in their eyes was obvious and undisguised. The battle became more and more intense and people started to die. The corpses of the living beings from the Archean world fell to the ground after they were killed. After those secret skills were killed, they turned into secret skill runes and floated in the air. In the sky, the secret skill runes shone with all kinds of luster. They were like sparkling stars, attracting Lu Ming's attention. Lu Ming's eyes were burning. These were ordinary secret skill runes. Lu Ming could directly integrate them into his cells and reach the greater mastery level. This was very attractive to Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming rushed out and performed the greater divine wind technique to the extreme. His body was like a phantom that kept flashing. Every time he flashed, Lu Ming grabbed a secret skill rune in his hand. After flashing more than 10 times, Lu Ming obtained more than 10 secret skill runes. They were all ordinary secret skill runes. With a thought, these secret skill runes were integrated into Lu Ming's cells. They were completely under Lu Ming's control and had reached the greater mastery level. This made Lu Ming even more excited. Lu Ming continued to flash and grab the secret skill runes. Little boy, you want to die. A few cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer from the ancient sorcerer shrines stared at Lu Ming and attacked him. You're the ones who want to die, shouted Lu Ming coldly. He threw a punch and those cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer were destroyed. They turned into secret skill runes and Lu Ming put them away. Killing them is even more satisfying. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. He used his spiritual awareness to detect the cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine. He waved his hand and released a terrifying chi. None of the godly emperors could withstand one attack from Lu Ming. All the cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine exploded and turned into secret skill runes. After a short while, Lu Ming obtained 50 secret skill runes. Chapter 4162. Lu Ming fused more than 50 talismans into his cells. He could feel that the forbidden energy had become even stronger. Each of his cells had been fused with the forbidden energy. Therefore, when the talismans fused with his cells, they fused with the forbidden energy in his cells and made his forbidden energy become even stronger. The more cells fused with the forbidden energy, the stronger the forbidden energy became. Of course, it wasn't an increase in quantity, it was a change in quality. Lu Ming was about to continue hunting for the ordinary secret skills of the ancient sorcerer shrine when he suddenly sensed a terrifying strength above his head. It was a destructive strength. It was extremely violent and was moving towards Lu Ming. It seemed like it could destroy everything in its path. The Great Destruction Spell. Lu Ming didn't need to look. He could sense that it was one of the ancient secret skills, the Great Destruction Spell. That person had the strength of the third Great Supreme God Layer. He had been fighting against the Great Supreme God Layer of the Great Supreme God Layer. He had probably seen Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. His murderous intent toward Lu Ming was extremely intense, second only to Yiyu. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming took out the Bingxian cudgel. The taboo power surged into the Bingxian cudgel crazily and he smashed it upward. Boom boom boom. The dark ice staff and the destructive energy kept colliding, creating earth-shattering explosions. However, Lu Ming's combat power was still inferior to the other parties. The Bingxian rod vibrated violently and a powerful force rushed into his body along with the Bingxian rod. His body shook violently as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His body fell to the ground. A few strong cultivators of the Great Sorcerer Shrine and the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine were hit by Lu Ming and exploded. Let's see where you can run today. The Great Art of Destruction bellowed. His body was no longer in human form. Instead, it transformed into a ball of energy. A ball of destructive energy charged toward Lu Ming. It was like a meteorite smashing toward Lu Ming. It was extremely powerful. The surrounding people, regardless of whether they were from the Grand Magus Temple or the Ancient Sorcerer Temple, were all terrified. They quickly retreated, afraid that they would be dragged into the battle. Before the attack arrived, Lu Ming felt a strong pressure. Lu Ming's body trembled. The first-grade celestial soldier armor was activated, and a light barrier enveloped him. However, just as Lu Ming was about to activate his Tier 1 Heavenly Soldier battle armor, a ray of divine light suddenly shot towards Lu Ming from his left. Fast, it was extremely fast. Lu Ming couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit by the divine light. His body shook violently, and the first-grade celestial soldier armor also shook violently, its energy dimming. One attack had consumed all the energy of the first-level celestial soldier's armor. He was a cultivator of the third Great Supreme God Layer. As for the divine light, it flew back a certain distance before stopping. Only then did Lu Ming clearly see the appearance of the person who attacked him. It was a beam of divine light. This was the person's true form. Could it be one of the 3,000 ancient secret skills, the Great Aurora Technique? Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Great Aurora Technique was one of the top 3,000 ancient secret skills. It was as famous as the Great Destruction Technique and the Great Teleportation Technique. They were all in the top 100. Obviously, the Great Aurora Technique had also reached the third Great Supreme God Layer. It had destroyed the first-grade Celestial Soldier's armor in one attack. The Great Art of Destruction seized the opportunity and continued to attack Lu Ming. "Destruction, I'm your opponent," shouted someone furiously. It was a cultivator of the third Great Supreme God Layer from the Great Sorcerer Shrine. He ran towards the Great Destruction spell, trying to stop it. However, a silver spear pierced through the air towards the cultivator of the Great Sorcerer Temple. It had the strength of the third Great Supreme God Layer. The cultivator of the Great Sorcerer Temple didn't dare be careless. He had no choice but to stop and block the silver spear. "You should stay here," said a tall and slender silhouette. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His chi was incredible. If it wasn't Yiyu, who else could it be? "You're an outsider's genius. Let me fight you," shouted the cultivator of the Great Sorcerer Temple as he charged towards Yiyu. However, Yiyu's silhouette flickered and he dodged the attack. However, when the cultivator attacked the Great Destruction Technique, Yiyu would stop him. Boom. At that moment, Lu Ming had already used the second attack of the Great Destruction Technique. This time, Lu Ming was still pushed back and coughed up blood. Without the defense of the first-grade Heavenly Soldier armor, Lu Ming could not completely block the attack of the Great Art of Destruction with the Bingxian rod alone. There would still be residual power bombarding his body. Even if he cast the great defense skill, he would not be able to block it and would be injured. Die. Seeing that Lu Ming was injured, the cultivator of the Great Destruction technique became even more excited. He looked even more ferocious as he charged towards Lu Ming. I can only dodge for now. Unfortunately, it seems like I won't be able to get more talismans. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and planned to use the Great Shift technique to dodge. It was a pity that he would lose so many talismans. However, if he stayed, he might really be killed by the Great Destruction technique. Moreover, there was the Great Aurora technique beside him. Whoosh! Lu Ming used the Great Shift technique and disappeared from where he was. However, the moment Lu Ming disappeared from the spot, the Great Aurora skill was unleashed. His form was a beam of light. Like a divine saber, it flashed and disappeared. Then, it slashed at a spot in the void. At that moment, Lu Ming, who was using the Great Shift technique, felt a sense of danger. He activated the Bingxian staff with all his might and attacked in the direction of the danger. Clang! A beam of divine light struck the Bingxian staff. Lu Ming's body was sent flying out of the dark void and reappeared in front of everyone. The Great Aurora technique is so powerful that it can penetrate the dark void and attack me. Lu Ming was shocked. The Great Aurora technique directly interrupted the Great Shift technique. It seemed that no ancient secret technique was invincible and could be restrained. When Lu Ming reappeared, the attack of the Great Destruction technique had already arrived. The violent and terrifying power of destruction rushed toward Lu Ming. This is troublesome. Lu Ming felt his heartbeat quicken. At that moment, he had just used up his old strength and had yet to generate new strength. Even if he wanted to use the Bingxian staff to resist, he was powerless. The attack of the Great Destruction technique was about to land on him. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Because he felt that the archaic celestial stone in his sea of consciousness was vibrating on its own. Then, an invisible wave was emitted from his sea of consciousness. From the outside, people could only see that a black light was emitting from Lu Ming's glabella. It spread out like a wave. When this wave enveloped the Great Destruction technique, the terrifying power emitted by the Great Destruction technique dissipated at an astonishing speed. The aura of the Great Destruction technique also declined rapidly. What's going on? What's going on? The Great Destruction technique cried out in horror. Chapter 4163. The Great Art of Destruction screamed in horror as he felt an unprecedented weakness. This kind of weakness made him incomparably terrified. Lu Ming also noticed the abnormality. He felt that the Great Art of Destruction was extremely weak, even weaker than a first-layer Divine Emperor. It was as if he had become a Divine Emperor. Lu Ming would not miss such an opportunity. He waved the mysterious ice staff and attacked. Although the staff did not unleash its strongest power, it was still very shocking. The huge mysterious ice staff pressed down, causing the Great Art of Destruction to scream in horror. Oh, how is this possible? My strength, where is my strength? The Great Art of Destruction screamed in horror. He used all his strength, but he felt that his strength was extremely weak. It was many times weaker than before. He could not block Lu Ming's attack. His strength could not withstand a single blow from the mysterious ice staff, and he was forced to retreat. With a loud bang, the mysterious ice staff landed on the Great Art of Destruction, causing a huge explosion. The mysterious ice staff was directly destroyed, leaving a secret skill rune floating in the air. The secret skill rune shone brightly, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the secret skill rune formed by the Great Art of Destruction. Let go of me, let go of me. The voice of the Great Art of Destruction came from the secret skill rune, but the voice was filled with horror. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and kept it in his storage ring. This is... Not far away, the Great Art of Extreme Light saw this scene and was completely stunned. He had no idea what was going on. Why did the Great Art of Destruction suddenly become so weak? Where did his strength go? Why was he killed by Lu Ming in one move? What was going on? At this moment, Lu Ming had his eyes on him. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming's eyes shone with intense excitement and anticipation. He controlled a strand of forbidden energy and inserted it into the primordial spiritual stone in his sea of consciousness. Buzz. The primordial spiritual stone trembled slightly, and a wave of ripples spread out. Swish. Lu Ming used the Great God Wind technique and continued to rush towards the great art of extreme light. You're courting death. Seeing Lu Ming take the initiative to attack, Aurora's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. He was about to attack Lu Ming. But at this moment, the primordial god stone emitted a wave of energy that enveloped the ultimate Aurora technique. Instantly, the ultimate Aurora technique felt his strength draining away rapidly, and his aura weakened rapidly. How did this happen? What's going on? The great Aurora technique's heart shook violently. He was almost scared to death. He wanted to retreat, but his strength was too weak at the moment. Even his speed was much slower. He couldn't avoid Lu Ming's attack at all. Bang! The mysterious ice staff pressed down, and the greater Aurora technique directly collapsed, turning into a secret technique rune. Lu Ming had only activated a trace of the mysterious ice rod's power and had not used his full strength. In fact, Lu Ming felt that there was no need to use the ice sky staff at all. After all, the fluctuations of the primeval godstone had weakened his opponent to the point of being like a god emperor. Lu Ming could easily kill a divine emperor with a single strike. With a wave of his hand, he put away the secret technique rune formed by the ultimate Aurora technique. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. The great art of destruction and ultimate Aurora technique were both ranked in the top 100 among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. They were extremely mysterious and powerful. With the secret technique rune, as long as it was integrated into one's cells, one would be able to reach the beginner level and master these ancient secret techniques. So, the primeval godstone can suppress these ancient secret techniques. No wonder the people from the Sorcerer God Temple couldn't enter the great ancient dojo. Perhaps it has something to do with the primeval godstone. Lu Ming's mind raced as he roughly guessed the reason behind this. However, no one else knew that Lu Ming had the primeval godstone. Everyone who saw Lu Ming killing the great art of destruction and ultimate Aurora technique consecutively was stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can this guy be so powerful? Yi was also filled with doubts. He knew very well how powerful the great art of destruction and ultimate Aurora technique were. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill the great art of destruction and ultimate Aurora technique. At most, he would be able to tie with them. However, Lu Ming could easily kill the great art of destruction and ultimate Aurora technique. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could easily kill him too? At the thought of this, he felt a chill in his heart and broke out in cold sweat. He couldn't help but retreat quickly to distance himself from Lu Ming. He was afraid that Lu Ming would attack him. At this moment, Lu Ming was overjoyed. His eyes were as bright as stars as he glanced at the other secret techniques. Then, he used the great teleportation technique and appeared among the group of ordinary secret techniques in a flash. The primeval godstone between his eyebrows emitted waves of energy and shrouded the ordinary secret techniques. Immediately, the aura of these ordinary secret techniques weakened rapidly. They were only at the divine emperor realm. Now, they were even more vulnerable. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife as he slashed out violently. Of course, he was targeting the secret techniques of the ancient Sorcerer God Temple and not the Great Sorcerer God Temple. Bang bang bang, these ordinary secret techniques were no match for Lu Ming. Their bodies kept exploding and turning into talismans. Lu Ming waved his hand and collected them all. At this moment, Lu Ming had attracted everyone's attention, including those who were fighting in the sky, such as the ancient Sorcerer God Temple's leader. "I'll kill him," shouted a white-haired old man coldly. He took a step forward and dashed towards Lu Ming. His speed was astonishing and his aura was terrifying. Wherever he passed, the empty space became chaotic. How strong! He has the strength of the fourth great supreme god layer. Lu Ming was taken aback. There was a grave expression in his eyes. That was definitely a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer. His aura was terrifying. He was much stronger than a cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. Lu Ming wasn't sure if he could defeat him. Even though the primeval godstone could suppress cultivators of the third great supreme god layer, could it suppress cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer? The old man was too fast. He was already 100 li away from Lu Ming. A terrifying attack was already moving towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't dodge the attack of a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer. Even if he used the great teleportation technique, it would be useless. Now, he could only risk it. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. He didn't retreat. Instead, he dashed towards the old man. The cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer was stupefied. He looked worried, but at that moment, there was no way out. Boom! The cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer released his strongest attack. That attack was terrifying. Ordinary cultivators of the third great supreme god layer would have been crushed into pieces in front of that attack. At that moment, the primeval godstone released some qi. When the qi passed by the primeval godstone, it was like a snowflake touching a flame. It melted and disappeared. At the same time, the cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer was also surrounded by the primeval godstone's qi. Chapter 4164. That cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer was also surrounded by the ancient godly stone. His qi started to weaken rapidly. Almost in an instant, he was suppressed to below the Emperor God realm and was only left with the cultivation of the Divine Emperor realm. Oh no! The cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer was terrified. A cold qi rose from his feet to the top of his head and he started to retreat. But how could Lu Ming let him retreat? As soon as Lu Ming saw that the cultivator was suppressed, he immediately attacked. This time, Lu Ming didn't use the mysterious ice rod because he didn't need it. A godly emperor layer cultivator needed the mysterious ice rod? He immediately threw a punch. The cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer gave a horrible shriek as his body exploded and turned into a talisman floating in the air. Following that, Zhang Xian grabbed the secret art talisman and put it away. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This time, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was in turmoil, and he found it hard to calm down. That cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer had been killed just like that? There weren't many cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer in the entire ancient world. For example, the ancient sorcerer shrine only had 8 cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer. There was also a cultivator of the fifth great supreme god layer, the shrine master of the ancient sorcerer shrine. He was second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Surprisingly, Lu Ming had killed such a cultivator with one punch. Why? What does he have that can suppress us? Terrified voices rang out one after another. They were filled with doubt. However, nobody thought of the ancient godly stone. In fact, those ancient secret techniques didn't know about the ancient godly stone. They all thought that the cultivators of the ancient divine court had comprehended the ancient secret techniques and that they had gained sentience after a long time. They didn't know that they were the masters of the ancient divine court and that they had comprehended the ancient secret techniques from the ancient godly stone. Lu Ming didn't care about them. His silhouette flickered and he rushed towards the crowd. Wherever he passed, the auras of the secret techniques rapidly weakened. However, Lu Ming discovered a strange thing. The living beings with flesh and blood in the ancient world would not be affected at all. Their auras were still as powerful as before. As expected, the ancient godly stone only worked on secret techniques, no matter if they were ordinary or ancient secret techniques. Because the ancient divine court's secret techniques originated from the ancient godly stone. The master of the ancient divine court had comprehended the 3,000 ancient secret techniques from the ancient godly stone. Then, the 3,000 ancient secret techniques had evolved into ordinary secret techniques. After these secret techniques took form, they were naturally countered by the primeval god stone. The others had also noticed this. And kill him. The voice of the ancient sorcerer temple's hall master reverberated throughout the place. Die. In the territory ruled by the ancient sorcerer divine temple, the living beings of flesh and blood in the ancient world roared and charged toward Lu Ming. Most of those people had the strength of the first great supreme god layer. A few of them had the strength of the second. Level 3 Divine Court God Layer Level God Realm. The Godly God Realm God Realm. That great God Ice Rod Layer Godhead. Bang. A cultivator of the second great supreme God layer was blown to pieces by Lu Ming. Then, the mysterious ice rod pressed down like Mount Tai. 7 or 8 cultivators of the first great supreme God layer were crushed to death. So strong. He's already so strong. How can we fight him? Retreat. The flesh and blood creatures were scared out of their wits. They no longer dared to attack Lu Ming and frantically retreated. They were not Lu Ming's match at all. How could they rush up to court death? Great. These ancient secret skills are all mine. Lu Ming laughed in his heart as he looked at the ancient mystic skills in the sky. Using the greater teleportation technique, he appeared in the middle of a bunch of ancient secret techniques. As soon as the ancient sorcerer temple's ancient secret techniques saw Lu Ming, they roared and charged at Lu Ming, preparing to launch all sorts of attacks. Unfortunately, before they could launch their attacks, the ancient god stone in Lu Ming's mind had already released waves of energy that enveloped them. Then, the auras of the ancient secret techniques around Lu Ming rapidly weakened. Whether it was the great sorcerer temples or the ancient sorcerer temple's secret techniques, they were all suppressed to the great supreme god level. This made all the ancient secret techniques terrified. What's going on? I'm being suppressed. What's going on? Many people shouted. The ancient secret skills of the great sorcerer divine temple were slightly better. They knew that Lu Ming was on their side. However, the ancient secret skills of the ancient sorcerer divine temple were horrified. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming had already launched his attack. Boom boom boom. Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of dazzling white light as he continuously punched out with his fists. His fists pierced through the void and headed towards the ancient sorcerer temple's ancient secret techniques. Each of his fists was like a shooting star that pierced through the void. It was extremely powerful. The ancient secret skills of the ancient sorcerer divine temple were suppressed below the level of a god emperor. They could not withstand Lu Ming's attack at all. As the fist force blasted past them, their bodies directly exploded, leaving only a secret skill rune behind. After Lu Ming's attack, there were more than 20 secret technique runes in the air. They shone with various lights and screams of terror could be heard from the secret technique runes. These were the spiritual intelligence of the secret technique runes. Lu Ming reached out his hand and a powerful suction force burst out from his palm. He grabbed the secret technique runes in his hand. However, Lu Ming didn't put the secret technique runes away this time. Instead, he held them in his hand and started to inject forbidden energy into them to destroy the spiritual intelligence of the ancient secret technique runes. Lu Ming was preparing for a rainy day. Although the ancient divine stone could suppress the ancient secret techniques and ordinary secret techniques, it was useless against ordinary beings. He couldn't suppress the core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace. If Yi Yu attacked him, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Therefore, he had to become stronger as quickly as possible. If he could break through to the 9th godly emperor layer, he wouldn't need to fear Yi Yu anymore. Even though Lu Ming was refining the spiritual intelligence of the secret technique runes, he didn't stop moving. His silhouette flickered and he reappeared in another place. A group of ancient secret techniques was surrounded by the ancient divine stone's waves of energy. After another wave of attacks, dozens of ancient secret techniques were killed. They were panicking. The strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer temple were panicking. The ancient sorcerer temple only had 800 secret techniques in total. Now, 40 or 50 of them had been destroyed. How could they accept that? The other ancient secret techniques were panicking. Master, what should we do? What should we do? Someone with ancient secret techniques asked the ancient sorcerer temple master. Nobody dared attack Lu Ming anymore. Even cultivators of the 4th great supreme god layer had been killed instantly. Who would dare attack him? Even though the ancient sorcerer temple's master had the strength of the 5th great supreme god layer, he didn't dare take the risk. Chapter 4165. Damn it! Damn it! The ancient sorcerer shrine's shrine master roared furiously. His heart was filled with killing intent. He really wanted to rush forward and slap Lu Ming to death. However, he did not dare to do so. Lu Ming had killed a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer in an instant. Even though he could easily kill a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer, he wasn't confident. He didn't know Lu Ming's limit, and he didn't know what kind of treasure Lu Ming had that could suppress them. Retreat! Retreat! The ancient sorcerer shrine's shrine master said unwillingly. Even though he wasn't willing, he had to retreat. He didn't want to retreat, but he had no choice. Retreating would give the great sorcerer shrine time to absorb the knowledge and imprints left by the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court. It would only be a matter of time before they surpassed the ancient sorcerer shrine. However, if they stayed, they would probably be killed by Lu Ming. If Lu Ming killed them, they would die immediately. Given one of the two choices, he could only choose to retreat. While they were discussing, Lu Ming killed another group of ancient sorcerer shrines' secret skills and obtained a few dozen talismans. The ancient sorcerer shrines' secret skills didn't dare get close to Lu Ming. They fled in all directions. Don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming chased after the ancient sorcerer shrine's experts, killing them as he did so. When the ancient sorcerer shrine's experts were enveloped by the ancient divine stone's energy, they were suppressed and their strength weakened rapidly. Lu Ming could easily kill them. Kill them. Let's attack together. Don't let them escape, shouted the great sorcerer shrine's shrine master. At that moment, he was so excited that his body was trembling. This time, it was really too unexpected. He had never dreamed that Lu Ming would be able to do something like this. At the same time, he was terrified. If Lu Ming could easily kill the ancient sorcerer shrine's secret skills, he could definitely do the same to the great sorcerer shrine's secret skills. He rejoiced, extremely rejoiced that Lu Ming was on their side. Otherwise, he didn't dare to think further. Now, he just needed to seize the opportunity and kill as many people as he could from the ancient sorcerer temple. The warriors of the Grand Sorcerer Temple were in high spirits as they roared and charged towards the warriors of the Ancient Sorcerer Temple. The Ancient Sorcerer Shrine was completely one-sided. Damn it! In the distance, Yiyu roared in his heart, his eyes flashing with killing intent. This brat seems to be in possession of some kind of treasure that can suppress the secret techniques of the Archean world. However, it seems to have no effect on the ordinary creatures of the Archean world. In that case, it should also have no effect on us, Yiyu thought quickly. He was a peerless genius and abnormally intelligent. Although he wasn't very calm right now, he could still see where the problem was. However, he was still a little hesitant to rush up and fight Lu Ming. What if Lu Ming could also suppress him? Wouldn't that be a dead end for him? However, he was unwilling to just watch Lu Ming kill the warriors of the Ancient Sorcerer Temple and obtain their secret technique runes. He didn't know that Lu Ming could directly integrate the secret technique runes into his cells, but he knew that every secret technique rune represented a secret technique of the Archean world. The more Lu Ming obtained, the more unhappy he was. He had to stop him. Turning his gaze, Yiyu already had an idea. You guys, go and test Mu Yun's strength. Yiyu looked at the core disciples of the big shots of the Heavenly Palace. Let's go. The core disciples of the Heavenly Palace's core disciples changed their expressions and became a little ugly. They were not fools. Naturally, they knew what Yiyu was thinking. She wanted them to test the waters and see if Lu Ming could suppress them. If Lu Ming could suppress them, then Yiyu didn't need to go up and just ran away. If Lu Ming couldn't suppress them, then Yiyu would have to take action. This was pushing the danger to them, so he naturally didn't want to. What? Do I have to say it again? Yiyu's voice was cold, and his cold eyes swept across the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace. This made the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace's core disciples even more uncomfortable. Although they were core disciples of the Heavenly Palace's core disciples, when they walked out of the Heavenly Palace and faced the universe's tribes, they were absolutely superior. Many of the tribe leaders had to be respectful to them. However, they weren't from the Heavenly Human Tribe, and their status was still very far from the real Heavenly Human Tribe. Not to mention compared to Yiyu, who was a top genius even in the Heavenly Human Tribe. If Yiyu was unhappy with them and used some tricks behind their backs, they would be unable to move an inch in the heavenly palace and lose their great future. "Since Master Yiyu has given us the order, how could we not obey?" said one of the young men with a smile. His battle armor shone and a layer of light enveloped him. He immediately took out a great weapon and rushed towards Lu Ming. "I'll attack too." "Me too." Seeing that someone was going to attack, the other core disciples of the heavenly palace also stepped forward. They activated their battle armor and rushed towards Lu Ming with all kinds of great weapons in their hands. Their speed was very fast. Like streams of flowing light, they cut through the void and approached Lu Ming rapidly. They hadn't arrived yet, but many powerful attacks were already heading towards Lu Ming. These people were very strong, and some of them were even as talented as the battle god Yuanwen. They could cross 5 levels to fight. Even cultivators of the second great supreme god layer couldn't defeat them when they used their great weapons. So many people were attacking, and their attacks were very powerful, so Lu Ming had to be careful. He took out the Zephyr bead and used all his strength to draw out the energy inside. A powerful gust of wind rushed out and turned into a gust of wind barrier, blocking in front of him. Boom boom boom. One attack after another bombarded the gale barrier. The gale barrier shook violently and finally exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming used the Zephyr bead to block those people's attacks while he continued killing the ancient sorcerer shrine's secret skills. In such a short time, he had already killed more than 100 ancient sorcerer shrine's secret skills. On top of that, he had already destroyed more than 20 talismans. Fuse. Lu Ming's mind stirred and more than 20 secret skill runes were integrated into more than 20 different cells by Lu Ming. In a flash, Lu Ming sensed that he had already mastered more than 20 ancient sorcerer shrine's secret skills, even though he was just a beginner. But he could already use some of the mysteries of the ancient sorcerer shrine's secret skills. At the same time, pure energy kept flowing out of the 20 ancient sorcerer shrine cells and into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming sensed that his cultivation level was rapidly increasing. He was getting closer to the 9th godly emperor layer. Surround him. The core disciples of the heavenly palace formed an arc and charged toward Lu Ming. They continued to attack Lu Ming with all kinds of attacks, blocking Lu Ming's path to continue hunting for the primordial mystic skills. Chapter 4166. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with anger. He turned around and rushed towards the core disciples of the heavenly palace. As he rushed out, the mysterious ice staff in his hand rapidly enlarged and swept out. The mysterious ice staff vibrated and turned into dozens of staff shadows, attacking the dozens of core disciples of the heavenly palace. A violent explosion sounded. Lu Ming's attack collided with the attacks of the core disciples of the heavenly palace. Although the core disciples of the heavenly palace were strong, they were still no match for Lu Ming. Their attacks were directly defeated. The staff shadows bombarded their bodies, and the dozens of core disciples of the heavenly palace were blown away like sandbags. If it weren't for their battle suits, they would have been seriously injured, if not killed. After sending the dozens of core disciples of the heavenly palace flying, Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. The mysterious ice staff continued to sweep out. Dozens of staff shadows appeared and attacked the core disciples of the heavenly palace. None of the core disciples of the heavenly palace could compete with Lu Ming. Even the strongest of them was no match for Lu Ming. They were blown away one after another. In the distance, Yiyu saw this scene and was happy instead of shocked. As expected, Lu Ming could only suppress the secret skills of the archaic world. He couldn't suppress the living beings of flesh and blood, nor could he suppress them. That made things easier. He wouldn't be suppressed. His combat strength was stronger than Lu Ming's, so he could easily take care of Lu Ming. "Muyan, today, I'll kill you." Yiyu roared and rushed towards Lu Ming with the silver spear in his hand. The silver spear was like a silver lightning, piercing through the void. In an instant, it was close to Lu Ming. The silver spear let out a terrifying whistling sound and aimed at Lu Ming's forehead. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's face turned serious, and he attacked with the mysterious ice staff. Clang! When the mysterious ice rod and the silver spear collided, a violent shockwave erupted. Immediately after, the mysterious ice rod violently vibrated. Lu Ming's body violently shook, and he was sent flying by the violent power of the silver spear. "Brat, let's see how arrogant you can be." Seeing that he had sent Lu Ming flying with just one move, Yi Yu's courage was boosted. His killing intent exploded. The powerful and mysterious energy in his body continuously poured into the silver spear, causing the silver spear to emit a dazzling light, like a silver sun. Then, this silver sun turned into a sharp edge and pierced towards Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed several hundred miles of space. This attack was even stronger than the previous one. Clearly, the silver spear in Yi Yu's hand was no small matter. It was most likely of a very high grade. Although these top prodigies would usually have a powerful killing weapon as their trump card, they would not be able to use it. However, there were also differences in strength between these weapons. The silver spear in Yi Yu's hand was one of the best weapons of mass destruction. Even if it was not as good as the mysterious ice rod, it was not far off. I am still not a match for Yi Yu. I can only avoid him for the time being. Lu Ming made his decision. His first-class celestial soldier armor had been drained of energy by the Great Destruction art and Great Aurora art. Without the first-class celestial soldier armor, Lu Ming's own defense could not be guaranteed. Moreover, after continuously activating the mysterious ice rod, Lu Ming had consumed a lot of energy. If they continued to fight with Yi Yu, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Greater Shift Art. Lu Ming immediately used the Greater Shift Art, and his body disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared thousands of miles away, in the middle of a pile of ancient secret skills. In his sea of consciousness, the primordial god stone emitted waves of energy, and the aura of these ancient secret skills rapidly weakened. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming continuously punched and killed these ancient secret skills. Lu Ming obtained more than a dozen secret skill runes. "Damn it!" Yi Yu shouted. His body was shrouded in a layer of golden light. In a flash, he appeared not far away from Lu Ming, as if he had teleported. The silver spear continued to stab at Lu Ming. So fast. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Yi Yu's speed was also very fast. Although it was not a shift, it was not much slower than his Greater Shift Art. Lu Ming did not hesitate and continued to use the Greater Shift Art to dodge. At the same time, he continued to erase the spiritual intelligence of the secret skill runes to increase his cultivation base. "All of you, spread out and seal the void. Don't let him use the Greater Shift Art," Yi Yu shouted. His voice reached the ears of the core disciples of the ancient sorcerer shrine and the heavenly palace, as well as the other sky prides of the heavenly human tribe. "That's right. Let's move. Quick!" The ancient secret skills of the ancient sorcerer shrine spread out and emitted violent waves. They were using their powerful energy to seal the void. Yi Yu would not be suppressed. Instead, he could suppress Lu Ming. This gave the people of the ancient sorcerer shrine hope. They stopped running away and cooperated with Yi Yu. At the same time, the core disciples of the heavenly palace and the sky prides of the heavenly human tribe all joined in the fight. With so many experts making a move, the entire sky became as sticky as a paste. It was very difficult for Lu Ming to cast the transference skill as he could not break the space. However, the people of the Great Sorcerer Shrine would not let them succeed. "Don't let them succeed. Break them up." The Grand Sorcerer Shrine Master shouted. He led the experts of the Grand Sorcerer Shrine and charged toward the people of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine. They wanted to break the seal that the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine had on Lu Ming so that Lu Ming could move freely. Lu Ming was the key to their victory. They could not let anything happen to Lu Ming. If Lu Ming joined in the fight, the outcome would be unpredictable. Even if they won, they would have to pay a heavy price. "Stop them. This is our last chance. If we don't stop them, we will all die. Fight to the death." The experts of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine roared. Their eyes were bloodshot. Some of them even started to burn their origin energy to increase their combat strength to the maximum. Fight to the death, regardless of the consequences. The people of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine knew that this was their last chance. If they did not seize the opportunity, They would be killed when the Grand Sorcerer Shrine's strength increased. They had to seize the opportunity to seal off Lu Ming. Once Yi Yu killed Lu Ming, they would have a chance to turn the tables. After Yi Yu killed Lu Ming, they would be able to obtain the treasure that Lu Ming had that could suppress them. Then, they could use it to suppress the people of the Grand Sorcerer Shrine. That would be a great victory for them, and all their losses would be worth it. At the thought of this, the people of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine went crazy. They attacked with all their might. Although the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine had fewer people than the Grand Sorcerer Shrine and they had to divert their attention to seal off the space, they still managed to hold off the people of the Grand Sorcerer Shrine. Yi Yu roared. His golden hair flew in the wind. He held a silver spear in his hand and charged toward Lu Ming like an invincible god of war. Lu Ming could not use the teleportation skill. He was slower than Yi Yu in terms of speed and could not escape. Chapter 4167. Lu Ming could not escape, so he could only take the blow head-on. Buzz. The obsidian staff vibrated and emitted a terrifying chill. It was like a frozen mountain as it smashed towards Yi Yu. At the same time, the gale pearl continued to draw out strong winds, turning them into wind blades that slashed towards Yi Yu. Even so, Lu Ming was no match for Yi Yu. The wind blades were defeated, and the obsidian staff vibrated. Lu Ming retreated quickly. His body was hit by the remaining force, and there were wounds on his body that were bleeding profusely. However, before Lu Ming could stabilize himself, Yi Yu's attack came again. This time, the silver spear turned into hundreds of spear shadows and pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to block it, but he could not block it completely. His body was pierced by a few spear shadows. Lu Ming's body flew out and he coughed up blood. A hole had appeared in his body, connecting the front and back of his body. Lu Ming kept coughing up blood. He was hit directly, but it still caused him a lot of injuries. Fortunately, Lu Ming had a taboo body. There were no vital points on his body. Although there were a few holes, it did not affect his combat strength. Great! The experts of the Ancient Sorcerer Temple were overjoyed when they saw this. As long as Yi Yu killed Lu Ming, the scales of victory would tip towards them. Oh no! The people of the Great Sorcerer Temple were the opposite. They could not help but feel anxious and increased their attacks. The experts from both sides fought fiercely. It was extremely tragic, and people were constantly being killed. Die! Seeing Lu Ming severely injured, Yi Yu's eyes became even more ferocious. His killing intent intensified, and his attacks became even more violent. Soon continue to destroy it. In the face of such a situation, Lu Ming's eyes were still calm. The reason why it was so one-sided when he faced Yi Yu was that he had used a portion of his taboo power to destroy the intelligence in the secret skill rune. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so quickly. He could have resisted for a while longer. However, even so, Lu Ming did not plan to stop destroying the secret skill rune's intelligence, because this was the key to turning defeat into victory. After being sent flying, Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly, flying backward. Lu Ming, let me help you, Qiuqiu's anxious voice came from his wrist. Don't move, Qiuqiu. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu had the strength of the top of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. He hadn't broken through to the Great Supreme God layer. Even if Qiuqiu helped, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Lu Ming could not let Qiuqiu take any risks. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up again. This was because more than 20 runes had been obliterated by Lu Ming. Previously, Lu Ming had erased most of the talismans of the first Great Supreme God layer. The lower the cultivation level, the easier it was to erase the talismans. Only a few had the strength of the second Great Supreme God layer. But this time, there was a talisman of the third Great Supreme God layer. It was the Great Aurora technique. Lu Ming needed to use the Great Aurora technique. Once the intelligence in the secret skill runes was obliterated, Lu Ming immediately integrated these secret skill runes into his cells. In an instant, Lu Ming grasped those skills. At the same time, a powerful strength emerged and rapidly increased Lu Ming's cultivation level. Soon, I'll break through to the top of the 8th Godly Emperor layer. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At this point, he could start breaking through to the 9th godly emperor layer. At that moment, Yiyu's voice was filled with murder. His silhouette flickered as he moved towards Lu Ming. Over 100 spear shadows moved towards Lu Ming. It covered a large area and Lu Ming had nowhere to retreat. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. "Great Aurora technique," whispered Lu Ming. A moment later, his body changed drastically. His flesh and blood turned into a beam of light. A beam of light. Swish. With a flash of the aurora, Lu Ming's figure appeared 100 miles away, dodging Yiyu's attack. The hundreds of spear shadows that Yiyu thrust out pierced the air. How is that possible? Yiyu's eyes were wide open as if he had seen a ghost. He was staring at Lu Ming. Everyone who saw this scene in the surroundings felt the same way. The Great Aurora Technique. How did Lu Ming use the Great Aurora Technique? They were sure that Lu Ming had used the Great Aurora Technique to dodge Yiyu's attack. How did Lu Ming suddenly know how to use the Great Aurora Technique? Had he just learned it? But how was that possible? This was an ancient secret technique. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, the Aurora art was ranked in the top 100 among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. It was extremely mysterious and the difficulty of cultivating it was also extremely high. How could he learn it in such a short time? Could it be that Lu Ming had already mastered the Great Aurora Technique? But if Lu Ming had already mastered the Great Aurora Technique, why didn't he use it before? Why did he wait until now to use it in the face of such a crisis? It didn't make sense. In short, these people were dumbfounded. Yi was the first to react. He roared, "Mu Yun, stop. I order you, idiot!" Lu Ming's disdainful voice came out. He used the Great Aurora Technique and appeared in another area in a flash, distancing himself from Yiyu. Although the Great Aurora Technique couldn't directly move through the void like the Great Teleportation Technique and ignore the obstruction of physical objects, the Great Aurora Technique was extremely fast in short-distance movement. It was like a real beam of light. It was quite similar to Yiyu's movement technique. Despicable scum. Yiyu gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to skin Lu Ming and pull out the tendons of such a despicable person. Yes, in his eyes, Lu Ming was incomparably despicable. He was their slave. Such a person dared to contradict him time and time again, and even dared to attack him. It was simply unforgivable. He unleashed all his strength and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the Great Aura technique to dodge, and his speed wasn't inferior to his. He couldn't catch up with Lu Ming at all for a moment. Lu Ming dodged while taking out a part of the secret skill runes to obliterate the spiritual intelligence within. Both sides were in a stalemate. The experts of the Great Sorcerer Temple attacked crazily, while the experts of the Ancient Sorcerer Temple defended desperately. In their eyes, what they needed to do now was to buy time for Yiyu. Hold on, we must hold on. That kid is in a passive position. If this continues, he will definitely be killed by young Master Yiyu. That's right. What we need to do is to buy time for young Master Yiyu and not be disturbed. You must hold on. The experts of the Ancient Sorcerer Temple roared and defended desperately. In this way, the battle between both sides became even more tragic. The number of experts who died was also increasing rapidly. In the sky, ancient secret skills were shattered from time to time, turning into secret skill runes and floating in the air. In the blink of an eye, a few minutes had passed. Done. Lu Ming was elated. He had destroyed the spiritual intelligence of another batch of ancient mystic skill runes. Moreover, in this batch of secret skill runes, there were 2 third-level Emperor God secret skill runes. This time, I will definitely be able to break through. Lu Ming was determined. Chapter 4168. After dodging for a while, Lu Ming finally destroyed more than 20 talismans. Among them, there were 2 talismans of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. He didn't hesitate to fuse those talismans with his cells. Boom! Immediately, those cells erupted like volcanoes. Pure and powerful energy surged into Lu Ming's body, penetrating into each of his cells and strengthening the forbidden strength in them. Lu Ming's taboo power reached saturation all of a sudden. "Break through!" shouted Lu Ming. He started breaking through to the 9th godly emperor layer. His body was shaking violently. Every cell in his body was shaking. His potential was being stimulated unceasingly. His aura continued to climb, and when it reached a limit, it suddenly soared. He had broken through. Lu Ming had finally broken through to the 9th godly emperor layer with the help of 60 talismans. It was all thanks to the few third-stage the Archgod's secret skill runes. The energy contained in them was too pure and powerful. That was why Lu Ming had a breakthrough in one go. How is that possible? Yi Yu, who was chasing after Lu Ming, could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming had broken through while fighting against him. How was that possible? Could it be that Lu Ming kept dodging and retreating just now because he wanted to buy time for a breakthrough? You want to die? I won't let that happen in front of me, shouted Yu Yu furiously. His handsome face looked even more ferocious. Lu Ming had broken through while fighting against him. That was a slap to his face. It was a great humiliation for him. Wasn't it obvious that Lin Fan was stepping on him? Who was he? He was a peerless genius of the heavenly human clan. A despicable human dared to step on him? He couldn't stand it. His eyes were red. He dashed toward Lu Ming with all his might, hollering, "Bastard, don't run if you have the guts. Fight me. If you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish." This time, Lu Ming stopped and put away the Gale Pearl. Holding the obsidian staff in one hand, he stood in the air and looked coldly at Yi Yu. He had already broken through to the 9th godly emperor layer. He was as strong as Yi Yu. At the same level, Lu Ming wasn't afraid of anyone. So what if he was a peerless monster of the heavenly human tribe? So what if you have a breakthrough? You'll still die. Yi Yu let out a long roar. The silver spear emitted a dazzling radiance and pierced towards Lu Ming. The speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. An ordinary person would have been pierced through by the spear before they could even react. However, Lu Ming was able to clearly capture the trajectory of the long spear. Forbidden energy poured into the mysterious ice staff, and using the staff as a spear, he stabbed out. Clang. When the mysterious ice rod and the silver spear collided, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Waves of terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the space would constantly explode. The two weapons shook violently. Then, Lu Ming and Yi Yu's bodies shook violently at the same time and they were both pushed back. This time, the fight had ended in a draw. Damn it! Yi Yu roared in his heart, glaring at Lu Ming. He blocked it. It's a draw. The people around them were also astonished. However, they were astonished in a completely different way. The people of the ancient sorcerer shrine were astonished and terrified. Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th godly emperor layer and was now able to compete with Yi Yu. That way, they had lost the advantage that they had gained with great difficulty. Previously, Lu Ming had killed hundreds of ancient sorcerer shrine cultivators. In terms of the number of ancient sorcerer shrine cultivators, they were already behind the great sorcerer shrine. If Lu Ming and Yi Yu had a draw, the situation would be very disadvantageous for them. On the other hand, the Grand Magus God Temple was surprised and delighted at the same time. Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th godly emperor layer and blocked Yi Yu's attack. That way, they had the upper hand. Everyone, don't rush to attack. Slow down. The great sorcerer shrine ordered. Now that they had the upper hand, they did not need to rush to fight with the people of the ancient sorcerer shrine. They only needed to slow down and use their advantage in numbers. Some of them could join forces to deal with the people of the ancient sorcerer shrine. The longer the fight, the more obvious their advantage would be. It could be said that Lu Ming's breakthrough had caused a fundamental reversal of the situation between the two parties. I don't believe it. Yi Yu roared and continued to attack Lu Ming with the silver spear in his hand. Lu Ming was not afraid at all and charged forward with the obsidian staff in his hand. Clang, clang. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. They continued to attack each other at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. After dozens of blows, there was still no clear winner. However, after 30 blows, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Lu Ming had just broken through to the 9th godly emperor layer, but as the battle continued, Lu Ming's potential was constantly stimulated and turned into forbidden energy. Lu Ming's cultivation level was stabilized and his combat strength was slowly increasing. After the breakthrough, he could use the power with ease. Also, the level of the obsidian staff was definitely higher than the silver spear in his opponent's hand. As Lu Ming's cultivation level was stabilized, the power of the obsidian staff became stronger and stronger. It began to suppress the silver spear. In the blink of an eye, another 20 blows had been exchanged. Clang! Another earth-shattering roar sounded and the two of them retreated. This time, Lu Ming only took 3 steps back, while Yu took 7 steps back. No, impossible, impossible, Yu roared and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. He seemed to be unable to accept the result. He was no match for Lu Ming when they were at the same level. Who was he? He was from the Heavenly Human clan. On the other hand, Lu Ming was merely a human, a despicable human. From the name, it was obvious that the Heavenly Human clan had the word Tion in front of it. It meant that they were suppressing the human clan. But now, he, a peerless genius of the Heavenly Human clan, was being suppressed by a human of the same level. He was proud and arrogant, so he couldn't accept it. The people of the ancient sorcerer shrine were also feeling depressed. The situation was worse than they had expected. If Yi Yu was defeated by Lu Ming, the ancient sorcerer shrine would be destroyed. Because Lu Ming had a treasure that could suppress them. Even though there were cultivators of the 4th or 5th great supreme god layer among them, under normal circumstances, they could kill Lu Ming with a single slap. However, they would be suppressed. Once they were suppressed, they would be slapped to death by Lu Ming. It's over, it's over. The strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine were terrified. Did God want them to die? Of course, the people of the great sorcerer shrine were the opposite. They were extremely happy that they had chosen to cooperate with Lu Ming. Nothing is impossible. In my opinion, man can conquer nature. The celestial race is not invincible, said Lu Ming coldly. His chi became even stronger. He took a step forward and moved towards Yi Yu. Chapter 4169. Previously, Yi Yu was the one who initiated the attack. Now, Lu Ming was the one who initiated the attack. Boom! Lu Ming held the Bingxian staff with both hands and shouted. The Bingxian staff grew to the size of a mountain and smashed toward Yi Yu. The power it exuded was even more shocking. Yi Yu roared and stabbed the silver spear with all his might. When it collided with the Bingxian staff, there was a loud explosion. However, Yi Yu's body was pushed back. A terrifying chill flowed along the silver spear and spread toward his body as if it was going to freeze his body. Lu Ming retreated even less this time. Weapon, it's his weapon. The weapon in his hand is of a higher grade than mine. That's why he can suppress me. Yi Yu thought quickly and calmed himself down. He believed that the reason why Lu Ming was stronger than him was because of the Bingxian staff. If I don't have a weapon and just rely on my own combat strength, I will definitely be stronger than him. Then, Yi Yu's eyes flashed with wisdom. A jade talisman appeared in his hand. The Forbidden Weapon Area Seal. Lu Ming knew at a glance that it was the Forbidden Weapon Area Seal. Bang! Yi Yu did not hesitate and crushed the Forbidden Weapon Area Seal. All of a sudden, a mysterious wave was emitted rapidly. It was so fast that Lu Ming and Yi Yu were shrouded in it all of a sudden. Lu Ming felt that he had lost contact with the Bingxian staff when he was enveloped by this mysterious power. The Bingxian staff's aura also weakened rapidly. It became dull and lifeless. Lu Ming's connection with the Bingxian staff was cut off. At the same time, Yi Yu himself was also cut off by the Forbidden Weapon Area Seal. He lost contact with the silver spear in his hand. Not only that, but the light of his battle suit also dimmed. Under the Forbidden Weapon Area Seal, all divine weapons could not be used, including the battle suit. Yi Yu put away the silver spear and his body was shrouded in a strange layer. This kind of power was called the power of heaven. It was a very powerful power. Even among the heavenly human tribe, only a few people could master it. I didn't expect that you could force me to use the Forbidden Weapon Area Seal. I will give you a dignified death, Yi Yu said coldly. When his eyes opened and closed, a terrifying light burst forth. He had mixed feelings. He never expected that there would be a day when he would be forced to use the Forbidden Armament Domain runic seal. Normally, it would be others who would use the Forbidden Armament Domain runic seal on him. Although he had a few Forbidden Armament Domain runes on him, they were only for emergencies. In truth, he did not think that he would be able to use them. He didn't expect that he would have to use the Forbidden Weapon Domain seal against a mere Lu Ming. Very well, then let's fight with our true abilities. Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. Without any external help, could you defeat him by himself? He could only disappoint the other party. Lu Ming put away the Ice Mystic Staff and continued to charge toward Yiyu. The battle formula was activated, and the secret techniques in his cells exploded along with the forbidden power. Lu Ming's body was covered by a layer of snow-white light, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Boom! Lu Ming punched out, and a fist energy blasted towards Yiyu. This fist energy seemed simple, but it actually contained the power of many secret techniques. Not to mention the ordinary secret techniques, just the archaic secret techniques alone contained many different kinds. Heaven's killing fist kill. Yiyu roared and formed a fist seal. His hands trembled a few times before he punched out. This punch was extremely terrifying, and it directly smashed through the void. Boom! The two fists heavily smashed together, and a violent tremor erupted between heaven and earth. Both of their bodies trembled at the same time, and they staggered for a moment. But in an instant, both of them steadied themselves and charged at each other again. Boom! 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 The two of them engaged in an intense battle, and their attacks were like a storm, pouring towards each other. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. To be honest, Yiyu's combat strength was really terrifying. In a battle of the same level, his combat strength was actually not much weaker than Lu Ming's. Suddenly, Lu Ming deliberately showed an opening. Die! Yiyu seized the opportunity and blasted out a blow. It was like a bolt of lightning and it hit Lu Ming. However, a layer of light appeared on Lu Ming's body. This was not the defense of the armor, but one of the 3,000 archaic secret techniques, the Great Defense Technique. The defensive power of the Great Defense Technique was very shocking. Although it was hit, most of the power was blocked. Lu Ming's body trembled, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, Lu Ming's attacks did not stop at all. The moment he was hit, he also made a move. This attack also hit Yiyu. Bam! Yiyu's body flew out like a sandbag, and a large part of his chest caved in. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face was pale. Obviously, his defensive power was not as strong as Lu Ming's. It seems that true ability is not enough. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. You're courting death, divine punishment. Yiyu howled madly. He lifted his hands up as if he was lifting an extremely heavy object. Then, from his palms, bolts of lightning shot out. Yes, it was lightning. However, this kind of lightning was completely different from the lightning that Lu Ming had encountered before. This kind of lightning was as white as snow, and it was like a holy light. However, there was a terrifying aura that was emitted. This is divine punishment. Young Master Yiyu has cultivated a trace of divine punishment. In the distance, a young man from the heavenly human tribe exclaimed, It's really divine punishment, one of the 4 most powerful forces of our tribe. It's the evolved version of the power of heaven. Young Master Yiyu is indeed a peerless genius of our tribe. With the power of divine punishment, he can definitely kill Mu Yun. The other members of the heavenly human tribe exclaimed in shock. Obviously, this kind of power of divine punishment had also shocked the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of seriousness in them. His instincts told him that the power of the lightning made him feel threatened. It's your honor to die under my divine punishment. Go to hell. Yiyu roared. He pressed his palms together, and the terrifying lightning blasted towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Great defensive technique, great boulder technique, great firmness technique, great divine pagoda technique. Lu Ming shouted softly. He activated his power to the extreme and used several kinds of ancient secret skills consecutively. Among them, only the great defensive technique was exchanged by Lu Ming from the Heavenly Palace. In addition, he had cultivated it to the greater success stage in the Creation Pagoda. The other ancient secret techniques were previously integrated into his cells. They had not reached the greater success stage and were only at the beginner stage. However, these ancient secret techniques were all used to increase one's defensive power. With so many of them added together, their defensive power was extremely shocking. Boom! While Lu Ming increased his defensive power, he also increased his offensive power to the extreme. He threw out a punch. The force of the punch collided with Yi Yu's divine punishment. Sizzle! The terrifying force swept out in all directions, and traces of the power of lightning rushed to both sides. Chapter 4170. Sizzle, 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 tiny bolts of lightning shot out in all directions, covering a very long distance. Oh no, retreat! The young geniuses of the Heavenly Human Clan and the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace were terrified and retreated. However, many strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the tiny bolts of lightning. Those cultivators of the first great supreme god layer immediately exploded and turned into talismans. Even the cultivators of the second great supreme god layer were shaken and kept retreating. Many people were astonished. Their attacks were too terrifying. They hadn't used any powerful weapons. They had relied on their own strength to push back cultivators of the second great supreme god layer. That was too terrifying. Both of them were only cultivators of the ninth godly emperor layer. Energy exploded in all directions. Then, the two figures were forced to retreat. It was Lu Ming and Yi Yu. Phew, phew. After Yi Yu retreated, his face was pale and he gasped for breath. He was covered in cold sweat and his chi was weak. It was obvious that the divine punishment had consumed too much of his strength. On the other side, Lu Ming looked even more miserable. There were many wounds on his body, as if he had been torn apart by some wild beast. Black smoke kept coming out of his wounds and blood kept flowing out. Lu Ming was still injured by the earlier move. He was injured by the power of the heavenly punishment. However, it didn't affect Lu Ming's fighting strength too much. He hadn't used as much strength as Yi Yu. Yi Yu's eyes were wide open and he stared at Lu Ming. He couldn't believe it. Initially, he thought that even if Lu Ming did not die, he would be seriously injured by his heavenly punishment. However, Lu Ming had only been slightly injured. He couldn't accept it. Is that your strongest attack? It's not that strong. Now it's my turn, Lu Ming said. Then Lu Ming moved. He waved his hand and a huge demon sword appeared. It was the great demon sword technique. At the same time, a godly tower appeared. It was the great godly tower technique. One after another, Lu Ming executed various ancient secret techniques. Great divine wind technique, great shattering technique, great destruction technique, great aurora technique, all sorts of ancient secret skills, boosted by the taboo power, exploded with shocking power, crushing toward Yi Yu. Different kinds of attacks came from different directions, completely enveloping Yu Yi, making it difficult for him to dodge. Yi Yu could only do his best to resist. He erupted with all his strength and launched a counterattack. Unfortunately, with his current strength, it was difficult for him to execute the heavenly tribulation again. He could only block it with normal attacks. The sky was filled with multicolored light, enveloping the two figures within. Only a series of violent rumbles could be heard. After dozens of violent explosions, a figure flew out and crashed into the distance. That figure was Yi Yu. He had used up too much of his strength when he used the power of heavenly punishment. Now that he had been fighting Lu Ming for so long, his strength was no longer sufficient. He could no longer block Lu Ming. Lu Ming followed closely behind, rushing towards Yi Yu. Not good, Yi Yu is going to lose. In the direction where Yi Yu flew, the faces of the people from the ancient sorcerer shrine changed drastically. They could not stay any longer and fled in all directions. Lu Ming was extremely fast. In just a few steps, he had caught up with Yi Yu and punched out continuously. Boom, 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 streaks of fist energy smashed toward Yi Yu like meteors. Yi Yu roared and resisted with all his strength. However, in his current state, he could not resist at all. A few streaks of fist energy landed on his body, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood and several large holes to appear on his body. His aura became even weaker. Young Master Yi Yu, Mu Yun, how dare you? Stop. You're courting death. The other sky prides of the heavenly human tribe roared and rushed toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. They held powerful weapons in their hands, and the battle suits on their bodies emitted dazzling multicolored light. However, as soon as they rushed into the Forbidden Army area, the multicolored light on their battle suits immediately dimmed, and the aura of the weapons in their hands also quickly weakened. Their weapons and battle suits were suppressed by the Forbidden Army area. Humph, get out of my way. Lu Ming snorted and threw out dozens of punches in a row. Dozens of streaks of fist energy pierced through the void and blasted toward these people. These people did not have battle suits or powerful weapons. They were at the same level as Lu Ming, and their combat power was too weak. The streaks of fist energy crushed through, and the dozens of figures were like sandbags, retreating rapidly. They were all severely injured and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. In the distance, the first-class heavenly soldiers were dumbfounded. These people were either geniuses of the heavenly human tribe or core disciples of the heavenly palace. Each of them was at least equivalent to a candidate for the universe prodigy list. However, they were completely vulnerable in front of Lu Ming. Dozens of them joined forces, but they were all injured and sent flying by Lu Ming in one move. However, Lu Ming sent these sky prides flying with one move, which delayed some time. Yi Yu took advantage of this opportunity and frantically retreated, trying to escape. Trying to escape? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and his body was filled with dazzling multicolored light. Great Aurora technique. His entire body seemed to have turned into an aurora, flashing and disappearing. The next moment he had caught up with Yi Yu and slashed him like a blade. With a scream, Yi Yu's body was cut in two and flew backward. Then, a shocking scene occurred. Yi Yu's body, which had been cut in two, turned into multicolored light and dissipated, disappearing from the spot. Then, in the void tens of thousands of miles away, Yi Yu reappeared, looking at Lu Ming with a pale face. Mu Yun, I will remember what happened today. When I get out, I will make sure you die miserably. Yi Yu gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, full of cold, murderous intent. He had a lingering fear, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. This time, if he did not have a trump card, he would have been in danger just now. When had he ever encountered such danger? That feeling was too terrifying. This terrifying feeling was brought to him by a human scum. It was unforgivable. A substitute treasure? Lu Ming frowned. His move just now was very powerful. If he had been hit by it, even if Yi Yu did not die, he would have been severely injured. However, just now Yi Yu had clearly diverted his attack to another object. Lu Ming had encountered similar objects before, such as the substitute puppets of the Wu people. However, they were much more advanced. At that moment, it was too late for Lu Ming to pursue. After Yi Yu said that, he increased his speed to the maximum and fled into the distance. Chapter 4171. Lu Ming did not chase after him. After all, he was in the heavenly palace. If he really killed a genius of the heavenly human tribe, he would not be able to explain himself. Even if he wanted to chase after Yi Yu, he would not be able to catch up with him. Lu Ming turned his attention to the ancient secret skills of the Sorcerer Shrine. These were his true goals. Seeing that Yi Yu and the others had been defeated, the ancient secret skills of the Sorcerer Shrine panicked and scattered. The elites of the Great Sorcerer Shrine chased after them. Stop them. Let me handle them. Lu Ming sent a message to the Great Sorcerer Shrine Master. The Great Sorcerer Shrine Master immediately ordered the elites under his command to stop the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's people. He only sought to stop the enemy, not to kill them. This way it would be much easier. Moreover, the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's people had scattered into groups. It would be easier to stop them. The elites of the Great Sorcerer Shrine also scattered and chased after the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's elites. They stopped the ancient secret skills of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine in groups. As for Lu Ming, he had already made his move. He cast the transference skill and disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he was already in the middle of more than 10 ancient sorcerer divine temple mystic skills. In his mind, the ancient holy stone emitted a strange energy wave. The ancient secret skill's aura immediately weakened. Oh no! Split up and run. The dozen or so ancient secret technique cultivators roared and tried to escape in different directions. However, it was too late. Lu Ming punched with both fists and more than 10 fist forces penetrated them. These more than 10 primordial secret skills collapsed one after another, turning into secret skill runes. Horrified cries could be heard from the secret skill runes. Lu Ming waved his hand and collected the secret skill talismans. Then, Lu Ming looked in a direction. There were some powerful cultivators moving quickly in that direction. The ancient sorcerer shrine master and a fourth great god realm cultivator. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. In that direction, there were 8 of the strongest fighters from the ancient sorcerer temple. One of them was the leader of the ancient sorcerer shrine. The other 7 were all cultivators of the 7th great supreme god layer. They were the strongest cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine. They joined forces and attacked together. Their speed was astonishing. Behind them, the Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master led a group of the Great Sorcerer Shrine's strongest warriors to chase after them. As they chased after them, they attacked at the same time, trying to stop them. The two sides fought as they flew. All of you stay. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he used the greater teleportation art to chase after them. In a flash, he was tens of thousands of miles away. Yes. When Lu Ming broke through to the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm, he was able to cast the art of transference and his speed was much faster. The distance he could cover in one move was also much shorter. When he had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, he could only teleport 10,000 li away. Now, he could teleport 30,000 li away. In terms of speed, it could be said to have increased explosively. Seeing Lu Ming chasing after them, the people of the Grand Magus God Palace were overjoyed. Use your full strength to stop them, shouted the Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master. The Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master had the strength of the 5th Great Supreme God Layer. His attacks were astonishing. Dazzling lights shot towards the people of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine. The cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer were trembling. The difference between the 4th Great Supreme God Layer and the 5th Great Supreme God Layer was too big. They could only rely on the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master to stop the Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master's attacks. If the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master didn't attack, the cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer would be killed by the Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master. Therefore, the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine Master had to stop them. That way, their speed would be much slower. On the other hand, Lu Ming was constantly rushing over. Lu Ming kept flickering in the air. Each time he flickered, he crossed 30,000 li. The distance between him and the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master and the others was getting shorter and shorter. The Ancient Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master and the cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer pulled long faces. Scatter! Let's escape! Shouted the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master. He used his full strength to block the attack of the Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master. The other 7 cultivators of the 3rd Great Supreme God Layer took advantage of that opportunity to run away in all directions. Stop them! Shouted the Great Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master. He also used his full strength and turned into an ancient secret technique to fight against the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine's Shrine Master. The cultivators of the 4th Great Supreme God Layer under the command of the Great Sorcerer Shrine were chasing the cultivators of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine. The two sides kept fighting and flying. The cultivators of the Great Sorcerer Shrine didn't want to kill their enemies, they only wanted to distract them. The cultivators of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine couldn't escape in a short time. The strength of the two sides was about the same. Even though the cultivators of the Great Sorcerer Shrine only wanted to distract them and not kill them, if they weren't careful, the cultivators of the Great Sorcerer Shrine could launch a fatal attack. That way, they couldn't be fast. In less than a minute, Lu Ming caught up with one of the cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer. When the cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer saw that Lu Ming was catching up with him, he shouted furiously, "I don't believe that you can defeat me." That shouted the cultivator explosively. He was furious. He didn't retreat. Instead, he threw himself at Lu Ming and attacked. However, when his attack, or even his body, got close to the range of the primordial god stone, his attack was extinguished like a candle flame. His own aura was also rapidly weakening. No, the cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer's face changed drastically. He didn't look ferocious anymore, he was terrified. "That," said Lu Ming coldly. He threw a punch and the cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer exploded. His body turned into a talisman and Lu Ming grabbed it. "So easy," the cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer from the great sorcerer shrine gasped when he saw that from a close distance. Even though he had expected that, he still couldn't calm down when he saw Lu Ming kill a cultivator who wasn't weaker than him with one punch. "Go and help the others," said Lu Ming to the cultivator. "Yes, yes, yes," nodded the cultivator hastily and ran away to help the others stop the cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine. If he can easily defeat a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer, then it shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat a cultivator of the fifth great supreme god layer. Lu Ming looked at the leader of the ancient sorcerer shrine. Then, his silhouette flickered and he ran towards the great sorcerer shrine and the ancient sorcerer shrine. The battle between two cultivators of the fifth great supreme god layer was terrifying. Nobody dared to get close to the battle. That area had turned into an area of destruction. Even cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer would be destroyed if they got close to that area. If you like the Wandao Dragon Emperor, please collect it. Chapter 4172. To be honest, Lu Ming did not dare to get close to the area where the battle of the fifth layer great supreme god was taking place. When he got close to the area, he did not continue to use the transference skill. Instead, he stopped and flew closer. That was because the periphery of that area was relatively safer. If he flew, he could retreat if he couldn't withstand the attack. After all, he had just obtained the ancient godly stone and he didn't know what it could do. He didn't know whether it could suppress cultivators of the fifth great supreme god layer or not, so he had to be careful. After all, those cultivators of the fifth great supreme god layer were much weaker than him. If the ancient godly stone couldn't suppress them, he would be in danger. Not to mention that he could not use the first-level heavenly soldier armor now. Even if he could use it, he would be blasted into smithereens by Lu Ming. However, it turned out that Lu Ming had worried too much. When Lu Ming approached the area, the violent and destructive land of the area melted immediately, just like ice and snow that had encountered flames. It didn't affect Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming was unimpeded. The ancient sorcerer shrine's leader's expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but the great sorcerer shrine's leader wouldn't let him go. He tried his best to stop him. "Piss off!" shouted the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader furiously. He didn't care about the consequences. He used his full strength to attack the great sorcerer shrine's leader. "Don't even think about leaving!" shouted the great sorcerer shrine's leader furiously. He retreated a bit and then attacked the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader again. Even though the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader was retreating, his speed was greatly affected. At that moment, Lu Ming didn't have any misgivings. He knew that the ancient godly stone could suppress cultivators of the fifth great supreme god layer. He immediately used the great teleportation technique to chase after the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader. Once he used the great teleportation technique, he was extremely fast. He kept getting closer to the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader. The ancient sorcerer shrine's leader's expression changed drastically. As one of the two overlords of the archaic world, he didn't want to die. He still had unfulfilled ambitions to unify the archaic world. "Mu Yun, let me go and let me live. As long as you let me live, I can give you anything you want. If you want the primordial secret technique, I can give it all to you. Whatever treasures you want, I can give you. Whatever the Grand Magus Shrine gave you, I can give you double or even more," the temple master of the ancient sorcerer temple roared. At this moment, as long as he could survive, he would pay any price. The great sorcerer god temple had only given Lu Ming some benefits, but he could give him more. Upon hearing this, the grand sorcerer god palace master's expression changed. He was afraid that Lu Ming would agree to the grand sorcerer god palace's request. He was even afraid that Lu Ming would work with the ancient sorcerer shrine to deal with the grand sorcerer shrine. That would be a disaster. His heart couldn't help but rise to his throat. However, he immediately felt relieved. Not interested. My goal is to get rid of all of you. Lu Ming said coldly. He thought of Xianxia. He had promised Xianxia that he would avenge her and the Xing family. Since he had promised her and had the ability to do so, he would definitely do it. The ancient sorcerer shrine must be destroyed. You! The ancient sorcerer temple master's face darkened. His heart sank. He wanted to escape with all his might, but the grand sorcerer god temple master held him back so that he couldn't escape. There was once when he tried to escape faster and was almost hit by the grand sorcerer god temple master's killer move. Lu Ming was even closer to them now. Die for me! The ancient sorcerer temple master exploded completely. He let out a furious roar and his body seemed to have erupted like a volcano. A terrifying and scorching force dashed toward Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, the void turned pitch black. The reason for that was because everything in that region of space had been destroyed. However, when this terrifying energy got close to Lu Ming, it disappeared. It didn't affect Lu Ming at all. Great Aurora Art. With a thought, Lu Ming cast the Great Aurora skill. He transformed into an aurora and dashed out. In no time, he was within a certain range of the ancient sorcerer temple master. He was within the range of the primordial holy stone. The ancient sorcerer temple master's aura weakened rapidly. At the same time, the grand sorcerer temple master was also within the range of the primordial holy stone. His aura weakened rapidly too. I know. The ancient sorcerer temple master's face changed drastically. He felt that he had become much weaker than an ordinary first-level great god. His divine emperor realm was suppressed. Then he tried to retreat. However, would Lu Ming let him retreat? Boom! Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling light. He punched the ancient sorcerer temple master's body. With a loud bang, the ancient sorcerer temple master's body exploded. Just like the ancient sorcerer temple master's body that had been destroyed by Lu Ming, it turned into a talisman. Then, Lu Ming put it into his ring. The temple master is dead. The people from the ancient sorcerer temple cried out in horror when they saw this. Even the ancient sorcerer temple master had been killed. Their only hope had been destroyed. The ancient sorcerer temple's morale was low. On the other hand, the great sorcerer temple's morale was high. Temple master, help me stop the others, said Lu Ming. Then, his silhouette flickered and he rushed towards the other cultivators of the fourth-level great god layer. After Lu Ming left, the suppressive force disappeared. At this moment, the grand sorcerer divine hall master heaved a long sigh of relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat. That kind of feeling just now was too terrifying. He had a feeling that if Lu Ming had attacked him, he would have ended up like the ancient sorcerer temple master. What does he have? Why can he oppress us? Forget it, we can't offend him. We have to be on good terms with him, thought the great sorcerer temple master. Then, he rushed towards a cultivator of the fourth-level great god layer. After that, there was no suspense anymore. The cultivators of the fourth-level great god layer couldn't fight back against Lu Ming. Besides, the great sorcerer temple's temple master had also joined the battle. As long as he caught up with them, they would die. After a short time, all the cultivators of the fourth-level great god layer were killed. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to attack the other secret techniques of the ancient sorcerer temple. Those were the secret techniques of the ancient sorcerer temple. Besides, he could use them to increase his cultivation. How could Lu Ming let them go? Lu Ming killed all the secret techniques of the ancient sorcerer temple and turned them into talismans. Then, Lu Ming put them in his ring. Chapter 4173. In the end, the great sorcerer shrine had won the battle. The crowd was cheering for the great sorcerer shrine. This time, the ancient sorcerer shrine had been destroyed. Almost all of the strong cultivators had been killed. From now on, the Great Sorcerer Shrine would rule the entire ancient world. How could they not be happy about that? I've obtained almost 300 talismans. Lu Ming pondered carefully and a smile appeared on his face. Since the beginning of the battle, he had obtained almost 300 talismans. He had destroyed almost 300 of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's secret skills. That was a great harvest. Little brother Mu Yun. At that moment, the Great Sorcerer Shrine's leader flew towards Lu Ming with a smile on his face. He was very happy. Leader. Lu Ming cupped his fists. You must need these talismans. The Great Sorcerer Shrine's leader took out a spatial ring and gave it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual awareness. Then he smiled even more happily. The storage ring was filled with ancient secret skill runes as well as various ordinary secret skill runes. Lu Ming made a rough estimation. There were close to 200 ancient secret skill runes and thousands of ordinary secret skill runes. There were so many strong cultivators in the ancient Sorcerer Shrine, not all of them had been killed by Lu Ming. Some of them had been killed by the Great Sorcerer Shrine's leader. For example, a few cultivators of the fourth Great Supreme God layer had been killed by the Great Sorcerer Shrine's leader. Now, the Great Sorcerer Shrine's leader had given all the talismans they had obtained to Lu Ming. He wanted to make friends with Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't refuse and took them all. The ancient Sorcerer Shrine had about 800 talismans. More than 500 of them had been killed. About 300 had escaped. There are so many talismans. If I fuse with them, will I be able to break through to the Great Supreme God layer? Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. There was a huge gap between the Godly Emperor layer and the Great Supreme God layer. At the same time, there was a huge gap that trapped many cultivators of the ninth Godly Emperor layer. If he could make a breakthrough and reach the God Emperor realm, his fighting power would increase tremendously. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but look forward to it. Hallmaster, there are still some fish that escaped the net. What do you plan to do? Lu Ming said. Of course we'll kill them. I'll send people to search the entire world, find them, and kill them all. The Grand Magus Temple Master's eyes flashed coldly. Lu Ming nodded and said, that kind of talisman is very useful to me. I hope you can give it to me after you get it. Of course. The Grand Magus God Shrine nodded. He only wanted to befriend Lu Ming, so he would not reject the offer. After the discussion, Lu Ming stepped out and came to the side of the first-class heavenly soldier. All the first-rate heavenly soldiers looked at Lu Ming with complicated gazes. Obviously, the biggest gain this time was Lu Ming. However, some of them sneered in their hearts. Lu Ming had offended Yi Yu and the heavenly human tribe. His life would not be easy after he left. What do you plan to do next? Lu Ming asked the first-rate heavenly soldiers. The longest they could stay in the archaic world was 3 years. However, it did not mean that they had to stay for 3 years before they could go back. They could go back at any time as long as they contacted the experts outside the heavenly palace. We've already gotten what we wanted here. There's no point in staying any longer. We plan to go out first. A first-rate heavenly soldier said. The others nodded. Oh, then you can go out first. I still need to wait for a while. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had not obtained the remaining archaic secret skills of the ancient sorcerer temple, so he would not leave so easily. He planned to wait for a while and leave after he obtained those talismans. Anyway, as long as he left within 3 years, there would be no problem. Take care. The first-rate heavenly soldiers said. Some of them even thought that Lu Ming did not dare to go out to avoid Yi Yu and the others. However, what could he do if he stayed for a few more years? He would have to face them sooner or later. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The first-rate heavenly soldiers flew away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming followed the experts of the Grand Sorcerer Temple and returned to the Grand Sorcerer Temple. Lu Ming did not care about the aftermath of the battle. He would leave it to the Grand Sorcerer Temple. After all, the top experts of the ancient Sorcerer Temple had been killed. Although there were about 300 archaic secret skills left, most of them were at the first layer of the Emperor Supreme God realm. A few of them were at the second layer of the Emperor Supreme God realm. The Grand Sorcerer Temple could easily deal with the remaining people. He just needed to wait for his harvest. Lu Ming found a place to cultivate in seclusion in the Grand Sorcerer Temple. I'll integrate these talismans into my cells and see if I can make a breakthrough. Lu Ming thought for a while, then took out a few talismans and integrated them into his cells. Lu Ming immediately mastered the secret skill. He felt that he had reached the beginner level. At the same time, pure and powerful energy emanated from these few cells and surged into every cell in his body, increasing the intensity of the taboo power. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a notch. Lu Ming cultivated quietly for a while. When he had completely digested the energy, Lu Ming took out a few more talismans and integrated them into his cells. Lu Ming still had about 700 archaic secret skill talismans. He did not integrate all of them into his cells at once. Instead, he integrated them into his cells one by one. This was because integrating a few hundred talismans at once would create a terrifying energy. If he did not make a breakthrough, he would explode from the energy. It would be safer to take things slow and slow. After integrating a few talismans, Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. Of course, at the beginning, Lu Ming had only integrated the talismans of the first great supreme god layer. After integrating about 100 talismans, Lu Ming's cultivation level had reached the top of the 9th godly emperor layer. That was the limit of the godly emperor layer. If he continued, he would reach the great supreme god layer. I'll integrate more talismans. I'll break through in one go. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled as he took out 10 talismans. Besides, those 10 talismans were the talismans of the 3rd great supreme god layer. He had integrated the talismans of the 3rd great supreme god layer before. According to his experience, integrating 10 talismans of the 3rd great supreme god layer would help him break through the bottleneck of the great supreme god layer. Even if it wasn't enough, it wouldn't be far from it. With a thought, 10 secret skill runes fused into 10 different cells. Lu Ming had a familiar feeling. He realized that he had already mastered the 10 archaic secret skills. Now, he just had to wait for the pure energy in his cells to help him break through. However, Lu Ming waited for a while, but there was no energy in his cells. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. According to his experience, the time had passed. Chapter 4174. According to Lu Ming's experience, the cells had already released a strong and pure energy to help him break through. But now, time had passed, but there was no movement in the 10 cells that had been fused with the secret technique runes. What was going on? Could it be that the 10 talismans didn't release pure energy? But Lu Ming had also used the talismans of the 3rd great supreme god layer before, and they were useful too. Besides, the 10 talismans didn't work at all? It couldn't be a coincidence. Lu Ming didn't believe it. He took out a dozen more talismans. This time, there were talismans from the 1st to the 3rd great supreme god layer, and they went into the cells. Then he waited. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed, and still nothing happened. There was no reaction. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression was somewhat ugly. Would it lose its effect then? He had a lot of talismans, including talismans of the 4th and 5th great supreme god layer. He thought he could break through to the great supreme god layer in one go, or even more. However, reality was like a bucket of cold water that was poured over his head, causing his fiery heart to cool down. Let's try again. Lu Ming didn't want to give up. He waited for a while, but there was still no reaction. He took out a dozen more talismans, but there was still no reaction. Even though he could control the talismans after they went into the cells, there was no pure energy. What's going on? Lu Ming didn't understand. He was disappointed. I think I know what's going on, said Master Guimo. Do you know what's going on? What's going on? Is it because the runes have lost their effectiveness? Lu Ming asked a few questions. It's not that the talismans are ineffective. If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation has reached a bottleneck, said Guimo. Reached a bottleneck? Are the talismans ineffective? Lu Ming was surprised. He knew that he had reached a bottleneck. He had already broken through to the top of the 9th godly emperor layer, and the next step was to break through to the great supreme god layer. It's extremely difficult to break through from the godly emperor layer to the great supreme god layer. You can't rely on pure strength. If you could rely on pure strength, the Heavenly Palace and the other strong clans wouldn't have so many people stuck at the top of the 9th godly emperor layer. Gumo said. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, in the Heavenly Palace, there were many cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Most of the young geniuses who had come to the ancient world were cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer, especially the core disciples of the Celestial Clan and the Heavenly Palace. How could they lack treasures with pure strength? Definitely not. But why didn't they break through? For a deity emperor to break through to the god emperor realm, one needs to comprehend and encounter opportunities. Once one comprehends and encounters opportunities, one will naturally break through. Guemo said. Comprehension? What do I need to comprehend? Lu Ming asked. It's hard to say. The higher the cultivation level, the less people can teach you, because everyone's comprehension is different, especially when breaking through to the godly lord layer. Nobody can teach you anything, you can only rely on yourself. It's better for a godly emperor to break through to the great supreme god layer, but you have a forbidden body. Cultivation and breaking through are even more special. Nobody can teach you anything, you can only rely on yourself. I'm guessing that those talismans don't contain pure strength, they do. They're just hidden in your cells. Because your cultivation level has reached a bottleneck, you can't break through. That's why you can't release that pure strength. In the future, when you break through to the great supreme god layer, those talismans will release their strength. Gumo said. Lu Ming was pensive. He thought Guemo was right. That was probably the case. Otherwise, he couldn't explain it. Even though Lu Ming wasn't happy, he couldn't do anything about it. At least, the pure strength in those talismans wouldn't be wasted. When he broke through to the great supreme god layer, it would appear again. At that time, his cultivation level would most likely improve by leaps and bounds. Then, it shouldn't be a problem for me to integrate all these talismans into my cells, right? Lu Ming asked. It shouldn't be a problem. When you break through to the great supreme god layer, your cultivation level will skyrocket. Even if the energy of those talismans erupts together, it won't kill you. Guemo said. Then, let's continue to integrate them. Lu Ming continued to take out the talismans and began to integrate them. Anyway, once he integrated the talismans, he would be able to master the secret technique. When he faced his enemies, he would have more means to attack. Moreover, the more talismans he integrated, the stronger the quality of the forbidden strength would be. Even though his cultivation level didn't increase, his combat strength was constantly increasing. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to integrate the talismans. When all the ancient secret technique talismans had been integrated into his cells, the number of ancient secret techniques he had mastered had exceeded 500. Attack type, speed type, defense type, support type, terrifying energy type, and so on. There were all kinds of secret techniques. As long as he wanted to use them, he would be able to use them with just a thought. This allowed Lu Ming's combat strength to increase by quite a bit. Although it was difficult to increase the strength of the higher the level, the more difficult it was to improve. However, Lu Ming had integrated many secret skill runes, and they were all secret skill runes of ancient secret skills. After integrating all the ancient secret technique talismans into his cells, Lu Ming took out the ordinary secret technique talismans. He still had more than 3,000 ordinary secret technique talismans in his hands. He continued to integrate them into his cells. While Lu Ming was integrating the secret technique talismans, the entire Great Sorcerer Shrine was mobilized to hunt down the ancient secret techniques of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine. After killing them, the talismans were all sent to Lu Ming. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated in seclusion and stayed in the Great Sorcerer Shrine for a whole year. In a year, the remaining members of the ancient Sorcerer Shrine were basically hunted down by the Great Sorcerer Shrine. All the secret technique talismans fell into Lu Ming's hands and were integrated into his cells by Lu Ming. This allowed Lu Ming to master more than 800 types of ancient mystic skills. This was an extremely terrifying number. At this moment, the forbidden energy in Lu Ming's body had greatly improved in quality. Lu Ming's combat strength had also skyrocketed. Lu Ming estimated that as a divine emperor, he would be able to fight someone 7 levels higher than him. This was the most conservative estimate. In fact, Lu Ming believed that it would be more than that. Lu Ming was confident that if he were to fight with Yi Yu now, he could easily suppress Yi Yu based on his own abilities. The other party would not be able to resist at all. I still have many ordinary secret techniques that I haven't mastered yet. There are also some ancient secret techniques that I have just mastered. I wonder how powerful I will be once I master them. Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 4175. Lu Ming had mastered more than 8,000 types of ordinary secret skills, and all of them had reached the phenomenal success stage. He had mastered more than 800 secret skills, and most of them were at the beginner level. Even so, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously. However, he still had more than 20,000 secret skills that he hadn't mastered yet. As he mastered more and more secret skills in the future, to what extent would his battle prowess increase? Was this the power of the forbidden body? As long as he could master more secret skills, his fighting strength would increase. Could it be that his fighting strength would increase infinitely? Lu Ming didn't think it was possible. Infinitely increasing one's fighting strength was ridiculous. Everything had a limit. Lu Ming guessed that the forbidden body also had a limit. However, he hadn't reached that limit yet. It's about time to leave. Lu Ming stood up and walked out. He had been in the ancient world for more than a year and a half. He guessed that Yi Yu and the others had already left. He should leave too. Lu Ming said goodbye to the Great Magus Shrine's leader and the others. Then he left the Great Magus Shrine. Phew, he's finally gone. After sending Lu Ming off, the Grand Sorcerer Divine Hall Master heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt refreshed and relaxed. As long as Lu Ming was there, the Great Magus Shrine's leader would feel as if a sharp sword was floating above his head. Even though the ancient Magus Shrine had been destroyed and the ancient world was under the control of the Great Magus Shrine, as long as Lu Ming was there, the Great Magus Shrine's leader would feel as if the Great Magus Shrine was Lu Ming. Even though he had the strength of the 5th Great Supreme God Layer and was much stronger than Lu Ming, he was always afraid in front of Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming was there, the Great Magus Shrine's leader would feel as if a boulder was pressing down on his heart. Now that Lu Ming was gone, the Great Magus Shrine's leader could finally relax. Now he was the real overlord of the ancient world. After Lu Ming left the Grand Magus God Temple, he took out a jade tablet and entered a message. A moment later, Lu Ming felt a powerful force enveloping him. With a pull, his figure disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a void. Lu Ming glanced around and discovered a huge sphere. The formation runes formed by the 3,000 ancient secret arts and countless ordinary secret arts were circulating and glowing. Lu Ming knew that he had already left the archaic world and returned to the desolate universe. Mu Yun, you finally couldn't hold it in and dared to come out. At this moment, a cold and indifferent voice resounded. The voice was filled with killing intent. Lu Ming knew it was Yi Yu's voice the moment he heard it. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and frowned slightly. There was a group of people over there. This group of people had entered the archaic world with Lu Ming, Yi Yu, Yi Er, and more than a dozen other heavenly human tribe prodigies, as well as the core disciples of the heavenly palace. In addition, the 39 first-class heavenly soldiers were also there. Surrounding these people were a few heavenly human tribe experts. They were the experts who had brought them here. Lu Ming frowned. These people should have left the archaic world long ago, but they did not leave. It was as if they were deliberately waiting for him to come out. Yi Yu and the other heavenly human tribe prodigies were looking coldly at Lu Ming. Why wouldn't I dare? I was just delayed sometimes. What are you doing here? Picking me up? Lu Ming said. How dare you speak to us in such a tone at this time? You deserve to die. Yi Er, who was beside Yi Yu, shouted loudly. Coupled with his status as a heavenly human tribe member, he was quite imposing. An ordinary person would have been frightened by him. However, Lu Ming still looked at him expressionlessly. Mu Yun, the elders of the heavenly human tribe are here. Do you admit your crime? Yi Yu said coldly. Admit my crime? What crime have I committed? Lu Ming replied. What crime? Then let me count it for you. You are arrogant and conceited, repeatedly contradicting the heavenly human tribe. This is a heinous crime. Do you admit it? Yi Yu shouted. Ah, what crime is this? You are insulting me for no reason? Why can't I refute you when you are suppressing me for no reason? I am right, so of course I can refute. What crime is there in this? Lu Ming laughed. You are twisting words and forcing logic. Secondly, you are audacious. You dare to attack the heavenly human tribe and even want to kill us. This is an unforgivable crime. Yi Yu continued. What other crimes do you have? Tell me all of them. Lu Ming said. Thirdly, we found the opportunity inside, but you tried to snatch it. You deserve to die. Do you admit your crime? Yi Yu continued. Admit my crime? What a joke. The second crime you mentioned is that you attacked me first and wanted to kill me first. Can't I resist? You want to kill me, so I am guilty of resisting? Do you really treat us as slaves and kill us whenever you want? How can the various races of the universe be willing to work for you? As for wanting to kill you, that is a complete slander. If I really wanted to kill you, would you be able to come out alive? As for the third crime, that is even more ridiculous. I remember very clearly that before entering the great ancient world, the seniors of the heavenly human tribe clearly said that the opportunity in the great ancient world belongs to whoever finds it. In other words, there is free competition inside. So, I can naturally take action if I find the opportunity. If you want us to work for you obediently and give you all the treasures we find, you can tell us in advance, Lu Ming replied coldly. Every word he said pulled the various races of the universe to his side and increased his influence. Sure enough, the expressions of the first-class heavenly soldiers were a little ugly. Indeed, as Lu Ming said, before entering the great ancient world, the experts of the heavenly human tribe had said that the opportunity in the great ancient world belonged to whoever found it. They didn't say that they were to go in and scout for the heavenly human tribe and be used as tools by the heavenly human tribe. In fact, the people of the heavenly human tribe wouldn't say that. Otherwise, it would chill the hearts of the various races of the universe. You quibble. Do you think your glib tongue is useful? Today, you must pay the price for what you have done. Yi Yu shouted. Then, he turned around and bowed to the heavenly human tribe powerhouses. Seniors, Mu Yun has committed treason and must be executed. The heavenly human tribe experts frowned. Their purpose of letting Lu Ming and the others go in with Yi Yu was as Lu Ming said. They wanted Lu Ming and the others to be used by Yi Yu and the others. Before going in, they had said that it was a fair competition and that the opportunity belonged to whoever found it. However, they knew the strength of Yi Yu and the others. Lu Ming and the other first-class heavenly soldiers couldn't do anything in front of Yi Yu and the others. They could only obediently become tools. They didn't expect that Lu Ming would appear. I beg for monthly votes. I beg for monthly votes. Everyone, please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 4176. Yi Yu and the others couldn't control him at all. Instead, Yi Yu and the others suffered a great loss. However, they were naturally on Yi Yu's side. All right, I understand everything now. One of the burly heavenly human tribes said, full of pressure. This burly man's cultivation was unfathomable. Although he wasn't a divine master, he was probably a peak divine emperor. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning, sweeping towards Lu Ming. Mu Yun, you are too bold. You have to know your place. First, you talk back to them. Then you tried to kill them. You even fought with them for the treasures inside. You are guilty of the most heinous crimes. Now, I sentence you to death. The burly heavenly human tribe man's cold voice sounded. Lu Ming's face became completely gloomy. It seemed that these heavenly human tribe experts were completely on Yi Yu's side. Ah, what a joke. Is this the heavenly human tribe? Suppressing me with a groundless crime. I'm not convinced. If this gets out, all the tribes in the universe will not be convinced. Don't even think about convincing the masses, Lu Ming shouted. At this time, you still want to sow discord. Adding to your crimes, I'll send you on your way, the middle-aged heavenly human tribe man said. He took a step forward, and an earth-shattering aura pressed towards Lu Ming. Strong, too strong. Although Lu Ming's combat strength had skyrocketed recently, He was like an ant facing a giant dragon. He couldn't resist at all and would be easily killed. The gap was too big. This person was definitely a peak divine emperor. Such a gap was impossible to surpass even the most heaven-defying figure. Under the pressure of this aura, Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. On the side, the first-class heavenly soldiers didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Although they were completely on Lu Ming's side and were unhappy with the heavenly human tribe's overbearingness, reality was cruel. However, reality was just this cruel. Who told the celestial clan to be so powerful? Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes, and I'll give you a quick death. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe said. He wanted Lu Ming to kneel. Firstly, he wanted to deal a blow to Lu Ming. Secondly, he wanted to establish his might in front of the other first-rate heavenly soldiers. He wanted these races to be more obedient and understand that they were just ants in front of the celestial race. If they had any second thoughts, they would die. If I want to kill you, then I'll kill you. What's wrong with that? Also, let me tell you something. I've obtained close to 2,000 ancient secret techniques in the Archean world. If you kill me, you won't be able to obtain any of them. Lu Ming stubbornly stared at the middle-aged heavenly human. It wasn't that easy to kill him. It was not that Lu Ming did not have any trump cards. The ancient secret skills that he had obtained were his trump cards. Sure enough, the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe faltered, and his aura weakened slightly. Ancient secret techniques were very precious. This was what the Lord of Heaven wanted. Not only could the ancient secret techniques strengthen the foundation of the heavenly palace, but they could also help the heavenly palace cultivate experts. In addition, it seemed that the Lord of Heaven would sometimes need some ancient secret techniques to inspire his cultivation. Therefore, the ancient secret techniques were still very important to the heavenly palace. Otherwise, the heavenly palace wouldn't have spent so much effort and time waiting for a flaw to appear in the Archean world before sending people in. Hand over all the ancient secret techniques you've obtained, the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe said coldly. Why should I give you the ancient secret techniques when you're trying to kill me? Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Ming sneered. He wasn't afraid of the heavenly human tribe expert. Senior, did you see that? This Mu Yun is simply lawless. He even dares to threaten you. I'm not lying, Yu shouted. Shut up. I've said that if I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. Don't you think it's funny? You're just a loser. Lu Ming looked at Yu with ridicule and disdain. You are courting death. Yu was furious. His defeat to Lu Ming was a great humiliation to him. However, although he had lost to Lu Ming, it was only by a little. Their combat strength wasn't much different, but in Lu Ming's words, it was as if their combat strength was worlds apart. I can't stand it, I can't stand it. Yu dashed toward Lu Ming. In an instant, he raised his aura to the peak and unleashed his combat power. Streaks of white lightning appeared in his palms. The power of heaven's punishment. Yu used the power of heaven's punishment as soon as he attacked. All of his strength turned into the power of heaven's punishment and blasted towards Lu Ming. Its power was extremely terrifying. If this had happened a year ago, Lu Ming would definitely have been extremely solemn when faced with this attack. He would have circulated all his strength and secret skills to resist it. However, there was no need to do so now. Boom! Yu activated the battle character art and blasted out a punch. The void shook violently and exploded continuously. It was as if the energy of a sun had been condensed into the size of a fist and then exploded. The violent energy madly slanted out and collided with Yu's power of heaven's punishment. Boom! The whole world let out a dull roar and then a scream was heard. A figure was thrown back like a kite with a broken string. He flew for thousands of miles and vomited blood. This figure was naturally Yu. Yu flew for thousands of miles and vomited blood as he shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" He couldn't accept it. He had used all of his strength in that move. According to his previous experience with Lu Ming, even if this move couldn't seriously injure Lu Ming, it could at least injure Lu Ming. Last time, when he had fought against Lu Ming, Lu Ming had been injured by this attack. Many wounds had appeared on his body. That time, if he hadn't used too much strength, he wouldn't have lost. Lu Ming would have been the one to lose. And now, even with his full strength, he couldn't withstand a single attack from Lu Ming. His power of heaven's punishment had been destroyed by Lu Ming, and he had also been injured. How was this possible? How could Lu Ming be so strong? Lu Ming's cultivation level was still at the 9th godly emperor layer. How could he have improved so much in 1 year? Could it be that Lu Ming had been merciful a year ago? At that moment, Yiyu was stupefied. The other geniuses of the heavenly human clan, the core disciples of the heavenly palace, and the 39 first-class celestial soldiers were also stupefied. They had witnessed the battle between Lu Ming and Yiyu with their own eyes. Previously, Lu Ming had won in terms of strength and endurance. At the peak of his attacking power, Yiyu clearly had the upper hand. But just then, Yiyu hadn't been able to defeat Lu Ming at all. They weren't on the same level. What else could they do apart from being stupefied? I said that if I really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have been able to live until now. Facts have proven that the crimes you accused me of before were groundless. They didn't exist, said Lu Ming coldly. He looked at the big man from the heavenly human clan. Chapter 4177. Yiyu said that Lu Ming wanted to kill them, but Lu Ming used facts to prove that it was groundless. Yiyu, the strongest person in the heavenly human tribe, couldn't even withstand one move from Lu Ming. If Lu Ming wanted to kill them, would they be able to live? How could they make a fuss here? Since this was completely groundless and fabricated, it was conceivable that the other two were most likely fake as well. That was what Lu Ming wanted to express. Lowly bastard, you're courting death. At this moment, Yiyu had completely gone crazy and was screaming hysterically. He was defeated by Lu Ming in public with one move, especially with the elders of the heavenly human tribe beside him. If this matter were to spread, he would be embarrassed and become the laughingstock of the heavenly human tribe. He would be attacked by his competitors. He was about to go crazy. How dare you? At this moment, the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe shouted, and a cold aura burst out, shrouding Lu Ming. He said coldly, "Mu Yun, you attacked the genius of the heavenly human tribe just now. This is disgraceful. I saw it with my own eyes this time. Are you still trying to deny it?" What? Lu Ming was a little confused. Did the other party accuse him just like that? Who attacked first just now? Lu Ming was just fighting back. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh and said, "You attacked first just now and launched a sure-kill attack on me. According to you, I can't fight back? How dare you? Watch your attitude when talking to me." The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe shouted and continued, "I don't care about the reason. I only care about the result. The result is that you attacked Yiyu. For you're just a heavenly soldier and a human. Your status and identity are worlds apart from Yiyu's. You attacked him and offended your superiors. That's a capital offense. Do you understand?" Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. How shameless! How could he say something like that? The other party's unspoken words were that no matter what the celestial race did to you, you could only endure. Even if they wanted to kill you, you could only wait for death. If you resisted, you would be committing treason. Offending your superiors was a crime punishable by death. In that case, what else was there to say? You can say whatever you want. Anyway, all the ancient secret skills are in my head. If you want to attack me or kill me, it's up to you. I can't resist, but I can only take these ancient secret skills with me." Lu Ming said indifferently. His face was filled with arrogance and disdain. This attitude directly ignited the anger of the heavenly human tribe's anger. He exploded and shouted, "How dare you? Mu Yun, you'd better hand over the ancient secret technique today and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Moreover, I know your origin. You're from the Fengdu sword sect of the Iron Sea Star region. As long as I give the order, the Fengdu sword sect will disappear from the universe in an instant. Not only the Fengdu sword sect, but even the Iron Sea Star region will cease to exist. Do you understand? A threat, a blatant threat. After using Lu Ming's life as a threat, he used the Fengdu sword sect and the Iron Sea Star region as a threat. Lu Ming finally saw the heavenly human tribe's attitude today. The heavenly human tribe, except for their great talent, was no different from the ordinary playboys in terms of character. They were despicable and shameless. "Okay, go ahead. I don't care." Lu Ming spread his hands and showed an indifferent attitude. Although he did not want to implicate the Fengdu sword sect, Lu Ming knew that the more he showed concern, the easier it would be for the other party to manipulate him. The Fengdu sword sect would be safer if he showed no concern. This kid, the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe, did not expect Lu Ming to not care about the safety of the Fengdu sword sect. Such a ruthless person was the hardest to deal with. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe had lived for a long time and had seen countless people. However, he did not know how to deal with Lu Ming. In his eyes, Lu Ming was like a porcupine that he did not know how to deal with. "All right." At this moment, a majestic voice came from the sky. Then, the void flashed and a figure appeared out of thin air. It was a young man from the heavenly human tribe. He looked like he was in his 20s. He had a head of golden hair and was very handsome. He had a faint smile on his face. However, it was this faint smile that showed his supreme majesty. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe and a few other experts, including Yi Yu and the other young sky prides of the heavenly human tribe, changed their expressions when they saw this person. They put on a respectful expression and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Lord Heaven." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming and the others were shocked. The Lord Heaven. This young man from the heavenly human tribe who looked to be in his 20s was actually the Lord Heaven. The Lord Heaven of the heavenly palace. His cultivation level was at least at the almighty realm. This person was undoubtedly a terrifying existence at the almighty realm. Although he looked young, no one knew how long he had lived for. "Greetings, Lord Heaven." The other first-class heavenly soldiers and the core disciples of the heavenly palace bowed respectfully. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and bowed. Although he was unhappy with the heavenly human tribe, they were still at the almighty realm. Lord Heaven, why are you here?" "I'm teaching this human kid a lesson. This kid is unfilial." The burly man from the heavenly human clan came before the Lord of Heaven with a respectful expression. He then began to criticize Lu Ming. "Enough." The Lord Heaven said coldly, sounding displeased. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe stopped talking abruptly. There was a trace of fear on his face. It was obvious that the Lord Heaven's displeasure was directed at him. At this thought, his back was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Although his cultivation level had reached the peak of the Emperor God realm, he was only one step away from the almighty realm. However, this one step was an insurmountable chasm. This chasm was extremely difficult to break through. In the heavenly palace, there were many peak Emperor God realm existences, but there were not many almighty realm existences. Almighty realm existences stood at the peak of the primitive universe. Among all the major races in the universe, only the top 100 races had almighty realm existences. Once a race had an almighty realm expert, the status of the entire race would rise. The gap between the Emperor God realm and the almighty realm was too big. One finger from either side could easily crush him. It was a big deal to offend an almighty realm expert. It would be fine if it were another almighty realm expert, but the other party was from the heavenly human tribe. Moreover, anyone who could become the Lord Heaven was a top existence even among the almighty realm experts. "I know what happened before. Remember, the various races in the universe are one with the heavenly human tribe. They are not our slaves, nor are they our enemies. Our enemies are the demons and those traitors. Do you understand?" The Lord Heaven said coldly. He was obviously criticizing Yi Yu and the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe for their attitude toward Lu Ming. Yes. "I know I was wrong." Yi Yu and the middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe quickly nodded.